Yo. What up? I'm eating food. I've been laughing. Have any of you read or watched Free Run? Any of you read that manga or watched that anime? It's super popular, so I assume a bunch of you have. Look, I was laughing. Because I saw that they put the anime on Netflix. I read the manga, I did. I don't really watch a lot of anime, but I do read manga here and there. And, then I saw that they put it on Netflix, and I was like, okay, I'll watch some of it. So I just started it the other day. So the other day, I went and tweeted out, say it back, the picture of myself, and everyone did the classic it back. They said it back, it back, it back. Like every other reply was that, or like 80% of the replies were that. And then I was watching Free Run that night, and I said, him on the hero would say it back. And I've been laughing so hard because Altair, you know Altair from Hollow Stars? his whole brand is that he's like a hero, right? Like he's literally Himmel because he's got like a similar attitude. He's got blue hair, green eyes. And like I was just laughing so hard because he's like Himmel's twin, and they just said it back. I was laughing. That was so fucking funny. He's a friend, so like he'll reply to some of my tweets, whatever. But oh man, I was just laughing so fucking hard. Just seeing like his profile picture, just saying it back. Oh man, so fucking funny. Anyway, yeah, him on the hero would have said it. He would say it back. We could see more collabs. I literally just messaged just messaged Haka yesterday to check in, see how he's doing, and I was asking if they have perms yet for repo. I was like, would you and some of the boys want to like play repo? We should do that. But he said they don't currently have them. It just means they can't stream them. They can still collab in games. Unless for some reason they're told they can't. For the most part, they can still play games even without perms. They just can't stream it on their channel. The perms are for like, it's JP Law, and they just need to have permission to stream certain games on their channels since they're owned by JP Company, and that's fine. So there might be a chance that we maybe play together without them streaming, which I think would be totally fine. Completely fine. But still, I'd like it if they could. So we'll see if they end up getting perms or something, and if they can't, then we'll just play, or can't in time. We'll just play with them. Outside of that, we'll see. Ooh, Duende! Thank you for the 10. Thank you so much for the 10 gift. I appreciate that. YouTube VOD watcher went off work today. Ooh, welcome on in. Thanks for that. I appreciate it. Yeah, I've noticed the VOD's getting more traction in general with like people that aren't just Twitch viewers, like people that only watch the YouTube VODs for the most part. Which is nice to see. And it's building up finally, because I mean, we spent the last year, well, we had like a several month period where we went through and completely rehauled the VOD channel. Just took all the old stuff, caught it up. We didn't really save anything from before my December 2022 model debut. And I'm gonna be honest, I didn't want to save a lot of the content from when I was like at peak illness. We kept some right before my surgery. We kept some, but I really just did not want to save all these chunks of content of me just like, I don't know, I don't want to watch myself streaming while I'm ill. And still trying to do my day job and all that shit. I was just like, ugh. So I threw it out. So we saved stuff from kind of there and beyond. and they are now up to date. Now up to date. I have a separate person who's just the VOD channel handler, you know, and is making sure that all of that's up there. And, yeah. Yeah, there we go. So that is all going. That is all going. Might be an odd question, but did the pitch of your voice change slightly before and after the illness? Not that I'm aware of. But to give some real context that might have affected my voice, like I said, my body was filled, my abdomen was filled with one singular cyst that was classified as giant. It was huge, and it rested right on top of my bladder, so basically as low as you can go, and it went all the way up and pushed up into my diaphragm, so into my ribcage area. So it pushed all of my other organs out of the way. Some of them moved back and most of them moved up, also pushing my diaphragm up. So I couldn't really breathe properly. You're supposed to breathe downward, right? Your diaphragm expands down. Instead, when I was breathing, I had to simply expand my ribcage out sideways. So as you can imagine, that affected speaking, and that affected my airflow. I could still get air in me and push it out and talk, and it could sound okay, but the way I was doing it was like that. And I don't know if maybe, yeah, like the muscle tension or the way I was doing things might have changed the way my voice sounded a little bit. I feel like I sound the same, but I haven't actually gone back and listened to VODs. I just don't want to watch them, personally. Like, I just don't want to watch anything from when I was ill. Even if I acted, like, totally normal, I still don't want to see it. But, yeah, it definitely, it affected things. It affected things a lot. Some clips seem slightly higher pitched. Yeah, I mean, there was also a point where I changed mics too. I changed my microphone early on. I changed my microphone several months into streaming, and then I also changed my audio interface. And I think that year, 2022 especially, 21 and 22, I spent a lot of time slowly adjusting a lot of settings. And specifically for that, I specifically wanted any of the depth to come out because I have a very, how do I describe this? A very thin voice. So like when you look at, now it doesn't sound that thin when you're up close to me if I'm like on the mic, but if I'm far from you a little bit, I have a thin voice. And that means that the waves that it produces are very short. The amplitude of them, the height is very short, meaning I stay within, if I'm singing an A, you only get an A. You don't get inklings of high and low pitch at the same time all blended. You just get one boom, and that's part of, you know, my voice sounds very clear even if I have a lot of, like, not a lot, but like bits of rasp and things like that. I have texture in there. It still comes through, yeah, without the extra resonance, the extra tones, whatever. You get a very clear, this is exactly the note that is coming out, and my voice is just like that because of the way my vocal cords just are. So when you look at a recording of me speaking, you would get this very thin, short kind of thing, whereas someone else would speak, and the amplitude of those waves in the little mixer, the visualizer for that, would look a lot higher and lower, you know? So I did a lot of things to kind of get the most out of that, because the way you speak is a little thin, some mics kind of thin you out more, and the mic that I had and the settings I had thinned me out more like that. So I basically just had to make some effort to make sure that that was captured through my mic. So that definitely would change. And that the result of me not changing that before just made me sound higher pitched than I was. And I really don't like what comes along with sounding like I didn't sound like I had a high pitched voice. It just was slightly higher than this, but I feel like the higher pitched your voice is, the more people treat you like a child. On the internet, the more people, I don't know, they say weird stuff to women, right? And the more you bring out your lower tones, the less they get weird about that stuff. It's just direct correlation. So I was like, yeah, maybe this will have a good effect, and actually has. So I didn't change the way I speak, but I definitely adjusted settings to capture that. For sure. For sure. And I felt like that was very worth my time. Oh my god! Hotaru, welcome. Welcome, welcome. I'm eating. What's the word? Tabemono. Food. I'm eating right now. Welcome, Hot Dogs. Very real fandom name. Welcome. Was she playing Monster Hunter? Did I see that? Was Hotaru playing Monster Hunter?
Moo!
Moo! Yeah, I think I saw it before. Cute. I love Monster Hunter. I love it so much. Might play more today, actually. I need to just do more high rank. I haven't been grinding. I love to play the games a lot and then put it down. And then play a lot and then put it down. So I played a lot and I put it down for a bit. And now I'm thinking maybe I will go back again. Anyway, this is my Monster Hunter outfit. Ooh. Tabemono, good raid. Thank you for the raid. Thank you. I'm eating food right now. I'm eating food. And maybe we'll hunt today. I have not organized with any friends to hunt or anything like that. No organized collabs, but if any friends want to hop in, they can. And then I have a Monster Hunter collab Wednesday. I have one Wednesday. But I want to grind HR. I'm at the point where I'm ready to grind. So I'm down. I'm down. Essay raid into Otaru, now we're here. Essay's raid got scuffed. Oh yeah, I've had so many problems with raids the past month. I don't know what is happening. There's so many times where I go to raid people and they're like, this channel's setting doesn't let you raid them. But then the next day I can. And then the next day I can't. And it just, like, there's some sort of scuff related to that where it just thinks you have a setting on, but you don't actually have that setting on. I don't know. It's been very odd. And then there are times where I do the raid, it looks like it pops, everything looks normal to me, and then everyone's like, are we raiding? And I'm like, I thought I did. I thought I did. So, yeah, that's been weird. That's been real interesting. How did you get into Monster Hunter? Did someone introduce you to the series? Yeah, I've played since the beginning. Well, actually, the first game I played before the second game released, but I didn't play when the first game released. It had been out for quite some time, and then toward, like, the end of its life, next game was coming out. One of my friends said, hey, I've been playing this. It's really good. You should try it. The next game's coming out. So I borrowed it from them and played a bit. And I was like, oh, okay, I understand. I think this is going to be good. And then I got the second game and played that. And then I went back and, like, replayed more of the first one. So I got to play all of it. Once I kind of felt like I played, like, all of the second one. I played the most of portable, like, anything on PSP. So Second G, for example. And then, yeah, I played a lot of portable third, try, anything related to those. 4 Ultimate was probably my most favorite, I think. And then Generations and World were solid. There were a lot of other, you know, smaller releases in there. I played all the Stories games, too. Monster Hunter Stories 1 and 2. I love those. They're cute. What's your first weapon? I think the first one I ever used, I think I picked Sword and Shield because it was just high up in the list and it was described as an all-around weapon. And I said, okay, if I'm learning this game, I should probably just do that. So I think in the first game, I played the first however many quests with Sword and Shield. And then when I got 2, I think I expanded out to Great Sword more. I started playing Great Sword and Hammer. Once I really got the actual vibe of the game and everything, I started swapping over to Greatsword Hammer. And by that time, when I played 2, I got to endgame and was just making sets for every weapon and trying to kill every monster with every weapon, you know, like going for times and stuff. So by that time, I became a person who just plays everything, which I usually do by the end of every game. I make a set for every single weapon and I just go with whatever I feel like hunting with that day. I change it up. Thought Sword and Shield was quite slow when you tried it in Worlds. You main Charge Blade. Sword and Shield isn't that slow. It depends on how you do your combo, and it has a lot of mobility. So when you do a move, you do a hit, almost every single part of every combo you can jump around, move around with, sidestep, all these things. It's very mobile. So you may feel like in between each hit there's quite a bit of time, but because you move around so much, you don't have to sheath your weapon or move around the monster or do a lot of downtime. Your uptime overall ends up being really high, so the damage ends up being so consistent. So you just have to know that it's a little tricky to use, because you have to know when it's worth it to do that, and when to... You basically have to be very aware of how you can chain all your moves together. You can't just be like, oh, I'm gonna do this one combo over and over. This is my damage combo. You have to actually really think about your combo and what is best for your damage in that moment. Which some weapons you can just kind of unga bunga, like, if I can get this combo off, I should do it. If I can get that combo off, I should do it, right? It's very simple. Whereas with Sword and Shield, I think it's less simple. It's less simple on that way. No, by typing all listening XDDD. Yeah, that's how chats go when they actually enjoy listening to their streamer instead of just typing and getting the experience of feeling like they're in a group of people because they're watching because of FOMO. It's nice. It's like a real chat room of people that are watching. Real cool. Real cool. By 2,000 franchise hours of trying everything, the brain just clicks. Even before that. Even before that. But, I think, honestly, if you like Monster Hunter, you should try every weapon. And by try, I don't mean, like, use it once. You should try to go into high rank, make a little set, and fight every monster that you can with that weapon. Just go through one by one. Sorry, I'm eating, like, a giant handheld sandwich. It's huge. But you should. It's really fun. And I'll see people, they'll grind. They'll get to endgame, and they'll be like, I don't know what to do anymore, just grind HR. And I'm like, man, just go through with the other weapons, you know? Learn the other weapons and try to do every fight with each one. There's stuff to do, they just don't wanna. That's okay. They don't have to wanna, but, you know, much to do. There's much to do. Yeah, fashion hunting. That's my favorite. I like to go through and get every single armor piece when I get to endgame. Just own every single one. That's my favorite. One day I will understand Gunlance. Oh, it's so simple. You use it like a lance. Sometimes you pull the trigger and it explodes, but you're still close up. You're not shooting them from afar. And then the thing is, those shellings where you like fire off the big shot like that, every boom you do, it goes through all monster parts. So basically, let's say you do the most damage to the head with like a slashing or piercing weapon. But then if you attack them in the leg, it doesn't do as much. They have defense on the leg. The shellings ignore that. They do the same amount of damage no matter where you hit the monster. It ignores all defenses like that. So you are able to sit there and hit them wherever, kind of stay hunkered down really defensive, and then just try to get that combo off anywhere on them. So it's a fun weapon because it lets you approach the fight a little differently. Whereas something like the hammer, you're like, oh man, I gotta stay on the head the whole time, and you're trying to just hit the head over and over, you know? So it's a totally different vibe. I like it. That's why I think it's fun to learn the other weapons, because it makes you fight each monster a little differently if you're trying to actually be good at it. Gunlance is all about getting the monster set up for the double full burst combo. Absolutely insane damage on it. Yeah, I've seen the... when I see friends, like, play Gunlance, I see the numbers popping out of the monsters they hit them. Oh my god. It's insane. I do want to do a greatsword set. But I might want to do hammer. I don't know if I want to do greatsword or hammer next. But I've been enjoying switch axe and charge blade, so I'm gonna keep grinding on those two. And then once I feel like I'm endgame enough, my HR is actually like up there, because I'm not even like over 100. I really didn't grind that much. But once I'm over that, I'll start going through and doing my thing. It'll be nice. It'll be nice. I'm excited. I just wish I wish this game ran on Steam Deck, because I was hoping it might. Kind of thought it wouldn't, but I was hoping it might, because you know, most Monster Hunter games, I'm able to sit there and lay in bed and play it. Can't do it with this one, so I might not grind as fast. I might not. Greatsword doesn't answer for everything, Wilds. I know. I played it in the beta. I was like, oh, I'll play my main weapon in the beta more. I'll come back to it, and I'll play switch axe and maybe a bit of charge blade. And I just played greatsword the whole time. The whole time. So I really like it in Wilds. I do. I'll probably come back to it. The latency on remote play too high? It's really not that bad. So I'll probably do it that way. But it means I have to leave my computer on, you know? Oh my god, Ren! Jesus, thank you for the 1,000 bits. Holy shit. Thank you, thank you, thank you. Appreciate you. Thank you. But I think Steam Link would be fine. I could do that. But I just really want, I really want to just run it on Steam Deck, because I want to turn my computer off, go to my living room, lay down, you know, and just chill. But if I have to get back up and go over and go turn my computer off, and then I'm back in this office, I like having a routine where when I'm done with everything, I leave this room and I don't come back into this room. And it just helps me get shit done that I need to get done that is not related to my computer, you know? So I love I love being able to get up and leave it. So if a Steam Deck game runs, that's great. If it doesn't run on Steam Deck, then I grind less. Plain and simple. Video of a guy getting to run on Steam Deck with extremely low settings, some low config files, lower the requirements further. Yeah, I just don't know if I even want to play it like that. I mean, I don't mind that much, but I don't know if I want to. I don't know. Low poly mode for Wilds. I would actually love it if they had like one monster that they would bring back and he would look low poly as hell and make him look like he did in Second G. Like if they said, oh, Plesioth is here. It's Plesioth time, and he looks exactly like he did in 2G. Oh my god. Oh my god. It'd be so good. I really wish they would do that. Where they're like, oh, it's Bulldrome. You love Bulldrome, and they just bring back, like, you know. Yeah, like PSP edition. I would fucking laugh. Make it like a legacy quest, legacy event quest. Capcom, please, it's time. Hesty's expressed interest in seriously getting into the game. There's a competitive streak in her that wants to get better than Nagi. Yeah, I want to play with Nagi soon. I was going to ask her if she wants to hunt, but our times usually don't match up, so I have to just, like, figure out the right scheduling for it. But I think it'd be nice. Maybe do, like, me, Henya, Nagi, one more. Maybe a Keisan? Or maybe just one of the other JPs, someone who's really into it. Hesty would be really good. Yeah, Nagika doesn't care what time it is. I know. I know. It's funny as fuck. I mean, but the thing is, like, don't analyze... Okay. I know you're just making observations, so don't feel bad about this, but don't analyze people's sleep schedules. People are like, oh, they don't sleep. Oh, they don't sleep. Look. Yes, she does. Streaming is her job. She streams. If she doesn't have a lot of work to do outside of that, she just needs to stream that day. She can stream for a long time and then go to bed and then wake up and stream again if she wants. That is all. And she's getting rest. And she sleeps and she wakes up when she wakes up. That's all. She's an adult, right? So just making the observation is fine. I just want to make sure you be careful with it, not to be like, oh, please rest my poor baby. I have to remind you to breathe and drink water and sleep, you know? Just don't do that to her. Yeah, it's just gamer schedule. I mean, some people, it's also very different, right? Some people need structure and they need to sleep at the same time-ish each day to feel rested. There are other people that it doesn't matter. One day they'll feel like staying up for 10 hours and then they're tired. And then another day they're up for 18 hours and then they're tired. And they go to sleep. And there are plenty of people that live their life based on just what their body tells them they need, right? And sometimes those people happen to also be streamers. Right? So I'm one of those. I don't need structure. I don't need to fall asleep at the same time every day. People can change schedules up wildly on me, and it really doesn't even bother me that much. I'm very go with the flow. I really don't care. As long as my shit gets done by the time it needs to get done. So if I'm streaming and I go, yeah, I got this thing I have to do, but I really don't have to do it till Wednesday, I'll go, fuck it. I'm streaming for 12 hours. I'm feeling it. I stream for 12 hours. I go to bed at 6 a.m. All right. Next day I get the thing done and I go, you know what? I'm going to do a 6-hour stream today. And then I go to bed by midnight. Okay. You know? And I just change shit up based off of what I feel like doing. So long as my shit gets done. That's it. That's it. So, you know, I just like I've never needed that consistency to feel like I'm getting sleep or to feel rested. And if you do, I'm sorry. Because it must suck to have to need that, but for me, I genuinely don't. So yeah, I've always just kind of like done whatever. And I just make sure I show up on time to everything I have to show up to. And then, that's it. That's it. If I'm beholden to something, I have an obligation, I show up to it. And I make sure that everything else I do just fits around that, and there we go. That's literally all I care about. So, yeah. No consistent sleep schedule while working 8 to 5 is perma-hell. I never thought it was hellish. I had a long career in a very normal type of job in the corporate world for, you know, forever. And I just didn't need that. I showed up to work when I was needed at the time I was supposed to. I left at the time I was supposed to. I often stayed late if I was like, fuck it. You know what? Kind of like stream where I'd be like, you know what? Instead of working 8 hours today, fuck it. I'm going to sit here for 12 and just get some extra shit done. I would just stay late in the office, get shit done, and then another day come in for less. And all my, you know, I was lucky in that all my company cared about was that I was around for the chunk of hours where we were having meetings. And then any time that was not meetings, it was like, get your weekly shit done. As long as the hours are in, we don't care. And as long as you're available when we need you. So if they would call me, I'd have to answer, and I would. But yeah, and that was it. So I just operated like that, and I was fine. Good company. My employer was incredible. Yes, my employer before this was incredible. But also it was the nature of the company. It's the type of company where they don't hold you to a 9 to 5. The line of work we were in did not matter to be doing that. What did matter was if I was working for one company one day or one client another day, I had to fit their schedule for that day. So there would be times where like every Thursday and Friday, I have to be going 9 to 5 to a certain spot, right? Or things like that. But I worked on a lot of different things, so it wasn't a typical 9 to 5 as far as where I spent my time. But it was more like it's like a 9 to 7 spread out over the course of the day, where I'd be like at an office at 9, or sometimes I wouldn't be needed for a meeting until 11. So I'd be like at a computer at home working, and then I'd head over somewhere to be in a physical meeting by 11 at some other office. And I'd be doing that, and then I'd be there until like 2 getting shit done, and then I'd go back to the main office and be there for a couple hours, and then go home, and then go back to my computer and work on that one for a bit. And like, it was real disjointed, and I think it's the type of job that I know it's the type of job that I see other people crash and burn all the time. I see a lot of people being like, oh, it must be nice. Oh, that sounds nice that they, they let you do that. But like most people can't regulate themselves in that kind of environment genuinely. And the lack of structure has them burning the fuck out and or just becoming inefficient. It's straight up like the number of employees I saw just fuck up was was insane. So not everyone was able to do what I would do. If you were doing it and you weren't thriving with no structure, they would make you follow the structure. They'd put you in an office 9 to 5 if you had to. And then if that didn't fix it, then you were let go, Or sometimes you were just let go if you couldn't handle it, but, Sounds like insulting. Oh, gee, I wonder why. Yeah, no, it was very, very much a make your schedule as you go kind of thing. And you just did the needs of your clients, whatever they had, you did your schedule according to that. So you're so self-regulated that you love a less structured environment. Me too. This made me hate school. I hated school. A lot of people get the impression that I'm the type who would have liked school. I fucking hated school because I don't like being on other people's structure or under, what they need. Because I self-regulate and I do my own shit. And when I'm in an environment where someone sets up a regimented thing for me and goes, you have to do this, I can't. I hate it. I can still do it. I can do it. That's never stopped me from doing things. So I was still doing just fine in school, but I hated every second of it. Right? I'd be like, how many periods a day do we have? Okay. How many classes can I put in here? I would go, can I trade my lunch for this? And they would go, you have to eat lunch. And I'd go, I'll fucking find the time. Let me put an extra class in here. And they'd be like, you got to really think about that. Shut up. Let me put an extra class in here. I just hated it. I'd be like, oh, you know what? I'm older. I'm in my last year of high school. I don't need to use all of these periods. I have all my requirements already done. Can I just not do this last bit? Can I leave early? And they'd be like, no. You have to be here until this time. And I'd be like, what if I just walk home anyway because I have no class? They'd be like, you shouldn't do that. You need to be in school if you're supposed to be in school. And I would go, okay. So I remember I left off the last period of my schedule as a senior, and I would just leave. when class changes would happen, I would just walk out the door and go. And I would go eat food and hang out, and then I'd come back for clubs if I needed to, or I'd just go home. I would just leave. How would they know? Well, they wouldn't let you go through the doors. I would go through some door that they weren't watching, and if they were, there was this one music room that I would climb out the window of. My music teacher knew me so well, and she would just be like, hey, here you go, as my orchestra teacher. She just opened, there was this big window that swung open sideways, like a door basically. It was huge, and I would just go out the window. She would be like, I'd be sitting there practicing whenever they would catch me and be like, hey, you can't leave, you have to stay. And I'd be like, all right. I wouldn't have a class. So I would sit in that room and I'd just be practicing my cello. And she'd be like, yeah, anytime you want to go home, let me know. And she'd just let me go. She didn't fucking care. And there was one time where an administrator did say something to her about it. And they were like, you can't let students leave out the window. And she was like, then let them leave out the door if they don't have class. And they were like, ugh, we can't do that. So she was like, okay, well, I'm going to keep doing it. And she kept doing it. She was clutch. That was my favorite teacher. And music was my most favorite thing, so I just spent all my time, all my spare time that I didn't need for schoolwork, just playing my cello in that room with her. we were very friendly. We were chilling. I don't know. I hated it though. I wanted to be able to just walk out. I was like, there's no point in having this. And I took so many AP courses already. Like I didn't have any other ones I wanted to do. They were telling me, oh, you could add these courses that do this, that, and the other thing. And I'm like, I'm not going into that field. I don't fucking care. I'm not taking this class. It's dumb. So I just wanted to leave. They wouldn't let me. They wouldn't let me, even though I would get all my shit done. So annoying. I hate structure like that. I can't do it. I can't do it. Structure is just not for me. I think it is for a lot of people, but I do the opposite of thrive. I straight up struggle when stuff like that happens. I can't. Yeah, schools get their funding based on how many kids they have and how long they stay in school. Yeah, but they don't count it by periods. They count it by days attending. They count it by days attending. I know that for a fact because I asked about that. I asked if this really affects anything, and I sat there and I just Karen'd the fuck out of the several people, and I was like, "Does it even work like that?" And they were like, "No, it's based off of days of attendance." And I said, "Okay, well, I attend every day, so you know, you got your statistic for the day. Like, I don't know, I don't know." They were just annoying about it. They're very annoying about it. We also had a lot of students that were troublemakers, that were bad, that were involved in bad things. So I, from that perspective, completely do understand them not wanting kids to just do things that weren't being in school in the middle of the day. Because a lot of the students, if they weren't in school and they were out doing something else, they were probably getting up to trouble. So I understood that, but it was me. And they all knew damn well they didn't have to worry about me, but oh well. Oh well. Your AP Calc teacher said that he loved classes where you could just take the exam and pass, and surprised Pikachu faced when I did the same for his class. Yeah, I mean, there were certain subjects where I would have to sit there and pay attention and study, and then there were other examples where I couldn't. I was like, I need to just come here and sleep through it and, or do whatever the fuck through the class, and then I'll just take the exam. And it's just fine. It's fine. You had a PE teacher that just let you pick your own grades when you didn't want to participate in rugby. No, I loved gym. Okay, I loved gym, genuinely. Gym was not my favorite class, but I really enjoyed it. Because I think I had really good teachers. They would set up, they had like 4 separate gym classes going at the same time. They had 4 separate teachers, and whoever your teacher was, they would do your attendance. But then if one class was doing volleyball and you were like, I fucking hate volleyball, I don't want to do it, they'd be like, hey, check out what the others doing and just join in with them. So I had a really good time with gym class in that, because everyone was doing different units all the time, they would just let you kind of float around, assuming you tried. If you're the type of kid to try, they'd be like, even just a little, not a try hard, just a little, they would let you float around. So I would always pick the things, that I just wanted to do, and they just let it go. They'd let it go. So it was nice. Slept through a high school chem, got an A, no clue. I got away with it every time the teacher asked me a question. After waking me up, I nailed the answer. Yeah, because high school chem is fucking easy. Most high school courses are really, really, really easy. It's really simple memory. A lot of it is teaching you stuff that you've already seen in the world. So they'll be like, what's H2O? And you're like, water. And then they show you a little chart, and is 2 H's branching off, showing the types of bonds that they have. Oh, it's a covalent bond, whatever the fuck. And then attached to an O, and you're like, H2O must be water, right? It's like, it's really fucking easy. And the fact that kids don't understand these things in school sometimes, I think is the fault of the teacher. I think it's so easy, and you just need to be able to explain it to a kid. I think there's some people that are maybe dumb enough that it is hard for them, but for the most part, I really don't think so. I think a lot of people that struggled with simple high school courses were just done a disservice by their teachers all along. To be honest, they weren't actually dumb. They just had bad teachers. For most. Some maybe, but for most. Slapped out a GED, started taking college classes, high school pissed you off? Yeah, I didn't do that because I always worried about the optics of it in the future. How that looks to people seeing a GED on your resume. And I was warned that there might be some, not many, but some employers that will look at it and be like, oh, a GED, huh? So I kind of avoided it because of that, but I was tempted. I said, yeah, what kind of high school chem were you doing? We're doing thermochem and stuff? Yeah, no, we got into that too. But it's all compounding on top of the same basic shit, and I think it's easy. And I know that a lot of kids were going to be very capable of learning it and not having a hard time, because we had kids in my classes that were always having trouble, and the teacher would try to explain things and they would not understand it. And myself and some of the other kids that did get it would always just sit there and help them understand it. And it was just that the teacher was not explaining it right. So even really quote unquote difficult topics compared to what I described before could still be really easily understood. Really easily understood. It just was that the teaching was bad. I still think all of it is easy. It just, maybe it's not that it's hard to learn, it's harder to teach, is how I feel. And it doesn't always mean that the teacher's super shitty, it just means the teacher isn't very adaptable. And you just, I mean, teachers don't get paid well. The people who are really good in these fields and great at teaching, whatever, they're not busting the doors down to become teachers. So you're going to get a lot of people that maybe are less adaptable. This was the one job they could do. They liked chem enough, so they're going to teach high school science. You know, some will be good and some won't because of that. So it just doesn't end up situationally in the right way. Not at all. Lessons need to be tailored so that even the slowest learner can learn. Yeah, exactly. Exactly. And they just wouldn't. They just wouldn't sometimes. And it was, you know, always a shame. You're warned about the optics too? Yeah. I think the only time I've seen it matter is when someone is getting picked for a really high position. If they're comparing two people and one guy is like going for CTO and he's pretty comparable to another dude, they might look at things like that. And it's not that that's where the hiring decision is. I'm saying other people will pick at it. They'll be like, yeah, this guy, what did he do early on though? He just has a GED. Ugh. People would say things like that. And it usually would only come up in like higher levels and shit like that. But it was people picking on each other. It was usually their opponent going for a role that would be like, ooh. And sometimes people go, you're right. So I think it's very rare that you'll actually have an issue with it. But it was on my mind at the time because I was told it would be a bigger deal than it actually was. So that's why I didn't go for it. But yeah, me neither. I mean, like in general, I don't think it really matters.
GEEGA, I'm new here. I found you in an Zen video and thought you are funny and have a really cool model.
Thank you.
Even
a model.
It's my first stream here. I'm happy that I finally see you.
Welcome on in.
One Love Train.
Welcome. I appreciate that. I appreciate the bits. Appreciate the thoughts. Everything. Welcome on in. Welcome on in. So I wish schools would allow you, I love the way you get evaluated. It was shit at tests, but could just do fine on homework or papers. Knew people who were great at tests, but couldn't write to save their lives. Yeah, I think you need to be able to do all of those things. And I think the grading of it should be more even. I felt like tests would, in some courses, would be like 80% of your grade. And then all the other work, if you could do it competently, would be like such a small part of your grade that it felt like it didn't even matter. And I always wished it would be a little more even, because you could fail a test, but you could get all of the same types of problems right on your homework. So that maybe it was situational circumstance, maybe it was the way that question was written you didn't get, but all the lead up work you had. And I felt like that should count for something. It shouldn't be like a feeling worthless 10% kind of chunk, you know? Just depending on the teacher, the course, how they decided to do it. But I don't know. I felt like it discouraged kids from even wanting to do that extra work, too, because it counted for so little. But I think homework sucks. I would avoid doing it as much as possible. I would try to speed through it all the time. And if I didn't understand a question on the homework, then I would, like, think about it. But if I did understand it, I would try to speed through and not, like... They're like, oh, it's time to reinforce stuff, you know. But I felt like a lot of the time... what I was doing was pretty worthless repetition and not teaching me anything new. We're not going over the difficult stuff. They kept saving the difficult stuff for in class, and then the homework was worthless repetition of easy shit. And I was so confused. Because I thought the point of homework was to get you crunching and thinking about things that maybe you were still struggling with. So I was like, what's the point of this? And I think that depended on the teacher. Some teachers would give us more homework that made a lot more sense or was more research based. You'd go home and read up on something, and that I understood that. I was fine with that. But I don't know. I don't know, man. I don't get it. I don't get it. You had a couple professors in college who made it impossible to fail the class as long as you did the homework? If you didn't do well in the test, you could meet with them and get a C. Honestly, yeah. As long as you did the homework correctly. Because, like, when you are in a real job, you can do the equivalent of homework, right? You can do normal day-to-day work and do it just fine. There aren't really tests in your day job. And when you don't remember something, so long as you can quickly understand it, should you need to refresh yourself on something and get the work done, then you can get the work done. So I never, like in college at least, I get it in high school maybe, but in college, you should be able to pass a course if you can just routinely display that you can do the work X percentage of the time, right? I did have a lot of professors like that too, where they would say if you do poorly on a test, here are 2 other things you could do instead. And sometimes it would be like you could do a research paper instead and hand that in, and if that's sufficient, we'll take that over your test score, or, you know, like other things like that. So I appreciated those professors that did that. I also had professors that said, nothing matters but your test. We're doing 3 tests, 2 midterms, and a final. You don't have to show up. You don't have to do any other work. We don't care. If you pass these tests, you pass the course. I also had that. I had that in my math courses most often. I had that in math. Really, really, really difficult, like upper level calculus and statistics. They were like, just show up to the tests. I don't fucking care if you're here. And I was like, oh. But you need to be able to do that. Math is just one of those things. I think it kind of has to be that way. So, you know, yeah, engineering, math, it just kind of makes sense. So I did fine, but I saw some people really struggling, and they were like, whoa, what about can the homework pass? And I'm like, you kind of just need to display the skill. There kind of isn't another way to do it right. Like you have to just show up and display the skill. That's it. Yeah, like what side projects can you do unless it's theoretical math which that's post-grad. That's a totally different thing typically for people. And I was even in courses like that post-grad, and that was very, I don't know, the theoretical stuff was not test-based. That was like all research and paper writing, so I don't know. That's just different. That's just different. Programmers just have Google and Stack Overflow open on another monitor. Yeah, a lot of courses relating to programming were actually totally fine with you bringing whatever materials you wanted. And some of them would say you can take this course on a computer with an internet connection, and you can find out the answers to these however you want, so long as you're not asking another student. And they would say, you know, use one monitor, screen record so we can see where you're researching to evaluate how you're finding these answers, so we can give you thoughts and guidance on it, but you're allowed to do that. And I had a lot of professors in you know, software and all that, you know, totally allow it, which I thought was very nice. Not in the early courses, because honestly, you should just memorize that stuff. But yeah, a lot of the later stuff, they were like, yeah, demonstrate you can make this thing within this time frame. There you go. You know, if you do that, you can do the work. So that was pretty nice. That was pretty chill. It was chill. What if I made a diorama about hull areas? Yeah. Yeah, there was a lot of in physics or in types of engineering that kind of courses that would go into maybe a civil engineering career, right? Stuff relating to that. There was a lot where they would do that. Like you could make legitimately just a diorama and be like, hey, I made this thing and it displays this property and here's a small write-up on it. Or you could just write a long paper researching a thing. They were very open to you doing whatever you wanted, to be honest. Love the concept of them analyzing students' researching abilities and providing feedback. I had some really, really, really good professors, genuinely, that, yeah, when you would take midterms especially, they would say, okay, make a thing that does this. They'd give you a list of deliverables as if you were doing work for a company. We need a product that does this, does these things. Make something that does this. Use this for this, that for that, or they leave it open-ended depending on the questions. And then, and yeah, you would screen record, and they would watch how you do your work, how much is off of memory and how much isn't. And then they would give suggestions. It was genuinely great. Not every professor did this, but some. And yeah, it was super practical testing, and I think that was very helpful. Now, that was only in certain much later courses and things that were highly specialized. Not in like the generic courses for this kind of stuff, but I had a couple professors that were really good like that and I liked them. Oh, Ski, thank you for that 25, dude. Holy shit. Huge. Thank you for that. Thank you so much. I get like 98% of tips, by the way, of the tip money. Gifting subs is great. I do like when other people get subs. Giving bits is great. But the tips, I get 98% of it because they only charge me the credit card fee. So that, you know, that's covered. And that's it. So, just saying. I always appreciate those. I do. But yeah, I love those kinds of CS classes where they would let you just go full practical on it. And they would watch your research. And sometimes they really didn't have much feedback to give. But sometimes they would go, you know, the way you search for this thing, this could be changed by this. And they were teaching kids that maybe didn't know about it how to Google. For example, when you put things in quotations when you're Googling is very different than if you just Google a word, right? And they would go through and explain small things like that, and then they would give you strategy. When they look at your overarching, you know, how you came to this conclusion, they would also look at how you looked through a page and said, you spent too much time here, you should have just skipped to this thing, and blah, blah, blah. So, yeah. It was very nice. Why do most people gift subs or bits then? Oh, because we don't talk about the cuts, typically, very often, so they don't think of it. But gifting subs has a lot of extra value in that giving someone a subscription makes them more likely to keep watching. So it still helps the streamer in a different way. The bits, I think, are useless compared to a donation. However, I made my bits trigger some little funny sounds. So there's that. I might actually just make the equivalent through paid money, though, so you can do the same instead of bits. But yeah, bits are pretty useless. They're just a way for them to get more money out of you wanting to donate. They should just abolish bits and everyone does tips. But, you know, they're not going to do that because everyone uses third-party tip platforms and Twitch doesn't get that money. So, just saying. Just saying. He said, is a CS degree worth it, you think? I was told that a lot of it would be made irrelevant by AI. No. No. No, no, no. Let me tell you right now. There's so many people that use AI to do their schoolwork for CS right now. It is shit. Yeah, AI code is shit. It's garbage. Maybe way in the future it could be good. I don't think it will be anytime soon. I had people submit things to me previously where they used AI, and I would do code review and look over it and go, this is shit, and then I would fire that person or tell them, if you can't make this yourself, you're not allowed to do this work. You cannot bill for these hours. And that's it. That's it. So if you use it for a test, you're learning nothing. You're going to be a shit programmer. And when you go to get a job, there are going to be people who learned how to do these things without it, and they're going to get the job over you. Or maybe the person hiring you doesn't know the difference, and as long as it works, it functions, so they hire you, but later down the line, you will have an issue. Also, yeah, a lot of the time when you get a job in you know, using a CS degree in some way, you end up falling into a position that gets more and more specific over time, and there will be so many things that you are going to have to learn that AI will not be able to do because it hasn't been trained to do that thing. And you will then realize that you don't understand a lot of basic concepts about this stuff, and they're not really ingrained in your brain because you used AI the whole time. And then when you try to learn something new, you're going to feel like you're still at a low college level. And you're going to be like, oh my God, I'm an idiot. You're going to feel stupid. It's really bad. It's doing you a huge disservice. It's giving you huge pushback. You're on the back leg the whole time, back foot. You said VPs can't read codes. They don't know how bad it is. It's true, but eventually something will break and you won't be able to fix it, and then you will get fired for it. I've seen it happen. I've seen it happen. You use AI for unit tests? That's so fucking stupid. It shouldn't be allowed. It shouldn't be allowed. I think if you want to use it in the workplace after you've demonstrated that you know how to do it, I have no problem with someone using it as an assisting tool. But to allow students to use it on a test and not display that they know how to do it without it is really bad, because then when they're going in and fixing something, a lot of your work as a programmer, as a developer, is not just building stuff. It's going in and fixing things that already exist. So if you cannot do code review on that and just piece together what needs to change because you're used to AI just building a thing for you, you're fucked. You're fucked. A lot of real life work you're not going to be able to do. So, obviously it depends on what kind of company you're in. Some companies, they build everything. That's cool. But typically when you're brought into a company to do upkeep on anything or maintenance, you're working on something that someone else built. Okay, and you cannot use AI to adjust that. It fucks it up every time. So, and I think it's not enough of a good tool to save people that much time yet. I've looked at it. I've looked into it very heavily, and it just... You spend so much time going back over it and code reviewing it and then changing things around that it would have been faster to just do it yourself. Honestly. You were recently hiring for a programmer and you rejected so many people who were clearly just copy-pasting from ChatGPT in the interview. Yeah, that's why I think interviews need to be calls. Again, I think we need to revert to you sit there and call the person. So they have to sit there and answer you in real time. And I know that takes more man hours. I know that kind of sucks, but I would love to see us, because of AI, revert to more personal interviewing. And, people will use ChatGPT and you'll do a written thing and cull people and take the ones that sound good. But, yeah, if people know that they have to do a practical in-person interview a little sooner than, like, when you're about to get the job, like, one step beforehand, I think that'll weed a lot of them out. They will. You feel like AI can do everything? It can't, and a lot of things it can do, it sucks at. There are some things AI can do really well, but in tech, it's not worth it. Typically. Said you have to get 3 apprentices back up to speed because someone in management wasted a year of their time on ChatGPT. They can't program for shit. Oh. I know. It's bad.
I wonder if some sort of cottage industry of in-person interview centers will spring up.
That exists already. That exists. A lot of companies will hire other companies to do their hiring for them. They will do that. And then, so basically these are staffing companies. It's just called staffing. You will find someone who does staffing and you will say, I have these positions, I need people who do these things. And then they will pull from a huge list of resumes and people that they've kept in a database that they have interviewed or at least gotten a preliminary screening of, and then start interviewing those people for it and then give you those people. That exists, and you can just pay for that. That has actually been around for a long while. Yeah, it's like what temp agencies do, except it is full-time staffing. It is straight up for you to hire these people. And sometimes it is staffing, but it's a consultant, and you don't actually have them as W-2'd employee. But there are plenty of ones that also do that. So, yeah, it exists. And a lot of people use them, actually. I've actually worked in that. I have worked as being someone that vets people through a company like that before, as like a side thing. A while back. It's annoying. This is why I feel so strongly about like how people come out of college with CS degrees, right? And what they do right after that. And I have so much to say on like the education of it, is because I spent time doing that for a while, and oh, it's fucked. It's so bad. I've been brought in as an SME to go and, be that guy, kind of doing some complex hiring for some really like specific roles. So that's why I've done that sort of thing. And oh man, fuck it. It's terrible. A test should be the last thing you let unverified AI code handle. Yeah. You said, to be fair, some AIs are really sophisticated now. Recently read about some scientists that have been working on something for a decade. AI reached the same conclusion in 48 hours. They contacted Google about it and asked if they had access to their, as of then, unpublished results, but they didn't. Yeah, but I don't care about that. That's just research. I think that's one of the times you can use it as a tool, but you still have to go through and verify it, and you have to go through and rewrite all of those things as a person and show that, yes, this thing is indeed good. It still has to be peer-reviewed. So I think it's cool to use as a tool in that kind of case, but you still have to go through and redo all of it yourself as a human to prove it, because research has to be done by people. So, yeah. And also, yeah, it did it one time. It has to do that every time. It has to do that, like, with 95% minimum accuracy to be able to like actually be a thing that you should consider using. So, you know, if a thing happened one time that's statistical anomaly, you can't, you know, can't say that that's actually going to happen, right? Maybe it will. Maybe use it more and you test and it does, but you know. I'm just reading, I'm scrolling through older comments. Yeah, I like this comment. You said for AI, it's useful for setting up a scaffold for certain things sometimes, but yeah, in the end, you need to integrate everything. Yeah, exactly. That's why I was saying, like, I think it can be used as an assisting tool, but you can't just let it generate something and then put it in front of someone and go, I made this, or like, me and my tool made this, it's good. Like, there's still so much human review that has to happen, depending on what you're using it for, and it just, it's not worth it. It's just not worth it. You end up spending so much time. And the thing is, if it did something right and you review it and it looks okay, you saved yourself time. But if it didn't do things right, you review the code that it made and it's not okay and you have to redo things or piece stuff together, you often waste so much more time doing that. And the review process was useless. You should have just built it. So it's really hit or miss, honestly. They're trying to add AI into your QA process. You tested it and it... You tested it in as a pilot. It literally takes more time to test with AI. I know. I've done that. I've been asked to. Okay, here's a thing that I've done before. I'll directly tell you one work project that I've done. I was testing whether or not using AI to QA a certain thing was more or less efficient, and then advising a company on whether or not they should continue using this AI to assist in QA. I was essentially brought in to audit that process, right? And advise if this was a yes or no. It was terrible. It was terrible. It added double the time. Yeah, you have to QA everything that the AI QAs, exactly. When it found that something was wrong, it could not explain why it was bad properly in any actionable way. This is why you have people who do QA, because one of their main skill sets is being able to articulate what is wrong and to who. They're a subject matter expert that can then tell a developer what's wrong. Maybe they are not a developer themselves, but they know how to articulate it. That's why they were brought in for QA, right? Or they're an employee in the company. They're using some product that you were making, and you say, you're an employee, do your day-to-day, but use this tool, and then tell me what you think. You want that person using it, not an AI that has not worked this job for years, right? It just, ugh. Ugh. Oh, it was so bad. And that audit, at least in this case that I was auditing, it was, the results were bad. The results were bad. Really fucking bad. That's all. That's all. And, you know, I do genuinely, I hope it gets better. I hope it becomes a very usable tool. I would love if it were that good. I would love if that were good. There's still issues that come along with it getting that good, but I would love if it could be. I think I want it not at all or for it to be good. I don't like this in between, like it's not good yet people are still pretending it is kind of phase. I really hate that. I really hate that. Either it's good or it shouldn't be there, in my opinion. Like, it shouldn't be in the workplace unless we are like, yes, this works. But I don't know. Is hiring a programmer by letting them write the code on paper too diabolical? I've done that where I've made someone open Notepad and I've told them Notepad++ specifically, and said, like, if you're gonna make this thing, write it. How would you do it?
Years of SWAY experience as someone who's been in staffing, would you recommend finishing a bachelor's in CS in this weird AI juncture in the industry?
I'm not gonna give a definitive yes or no. You have to do one of two things. Either you finish your bachelor's in CS and you try from there, or you don't finish a bachelor's, but you go through courses and you get certifications. You get a bunch of certifications in the specific part of the industry you want to go into, or the related tools that you want to be able to be certified in. You get those using the time you would have spent getting your CS degree. And on top of that, you go and do, like, you know, random courses that maybe they don't give you a certification at the end, but you can say, I did this, I did that. You're still gonna have to put time and money into it. I I would say both are good. Both are good. Um, I think even if you have a CS degree, you should still get those certifications. It's just hard to know what certs you need when you have not worked in the industry at all and you don't know where you're going to end up at all. So you should start looking up right now jobs that you want and see how easy it seems. Just research how easy does it seem to be able to get one of these jobs without a CS degree, but with, associated certifications. And something you'll see in a lot of job postings is they'll say you must have, and they'll list qualifications. Sometimes it says, this type of degree for 4 years plus a bachelor's degree in computer science or information science or something related, or certifications and a portfolio that demonstrate you can do the work. And if you see a lot of listings in what you're trying to go into that say that, then that's an option. But I will say, doing those things on your own, trying to get your own certifications and all that, requires discipline. And you have to be able to be the kind of person who can sit there and educate yourself and take these basic online courses that do not hold you accountable. They don't care if you fail, and you have to be able to do that yourself and follow through with it. So just saying, some people still need schooling because they need that structure. Hi, Remy, we're talking about school. Someone's asking advice on should they get a CS degree or not. TLDR, most parts of the field of tech, the wide field, yes, you can go and not get a CS degree and still get a job, but you have to get certs, and you have to be so on top of yourself that you can get yourself to go and study and get those certs without anyone watching over your shoulder. If you're not the type who can get yourself to do it without someone holding you accountable, like being, having a teacher and all that kind of stuff, then you might not be able to do it, is what I'm saying. But Rummy, I hope stream was good. I hope stream was great. We're yapping about computer science.
Some jobs will pay for the certification exams and classes. On their own, they can cost upward $300 minimum.
Yeah. And if you pick and choose wisely, it can be a lot cheaper than going, to college. I think if you're not in a very good college, if you're in a kind of shit one, it's like meh, you're probably better off doing the cert thing, going and getting certifications or little certification classes done. I think that is still pretty worth it. But if you're in a really good college and you can afford that, whether you've got grants or you can just afford it, for whatever reason, I think it's good to stay in the better school, to say you got a bachelor's from the better school, because it'll help you get your first job. It doesn't really matter beyond that for most things. When you have the experience, you have the experience. They don't really care about school anymore. They care about the last thing you did for the most part. But that depends on where you're working. There's just so many dependencies, man. Nice new model. Thank you. Oh, you hadn't seen her on me. Yeah, I did this for when Monster Hunter released. Thanks, Capcom. They sponsored me. And yeah, it was fun. We're probably gonna play today. You said, would you ever be a professor? No, I was a TA for a bunch of college courses that I took, and I did it because I wanted the credits, but I hate teaching people in a structured setting. I love teaching people if they're just like hiring me one-on-one to tutor. I hate teaching classes. I don't like it. No, thank you. And I don't like working for schools and educational systems. I don't like them. I don't like them. They have all these weird special interests, and they're not just like, yes, we love educating people, A lot of them do like that too, but there's so much other stuff that they care about, and I'm not a fan. I'm not a fan of that. I think I could see you as a teacher. Everyone used to tell me that I should become a teacher. They're like, you should be a teacher, you should be something. And I was like, fuck no. I would hate it. But Joel, you know me well. You know I would fucking hate it. So, yeah. Blazing said, yep, I'm a W-2 with a consulting firm, but my contract is a multi-year position with another organization. So it's basically working for that company, but they didn't have to do the hiring or training. Yeah, that's how a lot of them do it. That's how a lot of them do it. And that's why, what's going to happen is even if you can, get past the hiring process and you get hired into a company, they're going to realize you can or cannot do your job, right? You just have to have the skill set no matter what. So the TLDR, we were talking about, Raiders, we were talking about, using AI to do your CS courses and stuff, how they're a lot of people are doing that now, or using it to pass interviews. That's cool, but, you're going to be found out. And I had several cases that were really bad where I was working with people that clearly did not know how to do the work they were doing. And yes, they could sometimes just get people to not fire them for a while. They could kind of fumble their way through it, but eventually it wouldn't work. It just eventually wouldn't work anymore. And then industries are industries, people know people. Sometimes when you lose a job and you get hired somewhere else, a lot of the time someone knows someone. Oh, you know what? This other client I worked with, I'm going to see if they have available work. Because I liked working with them, so I'm going to see if we can something, right? This happens a lot. People will legitimately tell each other, oh, yeah, this guy, we got rid of him because he used AI for everything and he didn't know how to do any programming. Don't hire him. Like, people will just say that. So, you know, depends on how tight the industry you're working in is and how tight your circle is and your job availability, or not job, but like hiring position kind of availability, what you can go for is. But a lot of the time that can work against you if you're in a field where it is a bit tighter. It depends. Tech is really wide though, so in general you can probably go somewhere else and no one will fucking know, but I've seen that happen as well, so you know, it's just a thing to think about.
So the thing is, I got into IBM with my associates somehow, but
IBM hires a lot of people as associates.
Because I really hated the project I ended up assigned to, and now I'm doing code-related data annotation for coding AIs, which pays like over 4 times my old wage in hourly terms, but it's super weird on the resume and hard to explain to interviewers.
Yeah, it is. I've been there where I've it's hard to articulate what you do and why it's valuable to people sometimes. So what you should do is go the evil corporate route and just use buzzwords and business, you know, jargon to describe what you do. And have kind of both on your resume. So when someone is like talking about that, you can just say, yeah, data annotation and documentation relating to AI and machine learning, and you start throwing in like these buzzwords and stuff. You can just being more vague when you're describing a role like that is better, because the more you get into semantics, the more they're like, their eyes just glaze over. They're not really even trying to learn at that point. So yeah, synergize the blockchain cloud. Yeah, you just start doing that a little bit. And that will get you hired. And then you just have to be very smart yourself and do the moral thing and try to only apply for stuff that you know you can do, obviously. But yeah, it's just, you're gonna have to do that because it's really hard to articulate. It's tough. And even if you do articulate it well, they still won't get it. Sounds like you're a data scientist. Okay, unironically, the number of people that claim to be data scientists when they were just an analyst is fucking crazy. Crazy, insane. And I get why they say it. You need to be saying that for higher pay and to get certain roles, but it's not what a data scientist is. Or people saying they work in data science, but they were just an analyst. I don't think you should call it that. You should say you work in analytics. What's the difference? I'll have an aneurysm if I start like... Okay, basically, data science is the field that it is, okay? You can look it up as much as you want. An analyst is someone who simply looks at the end points, typically. They pull some data, look at some things, make some reports, and do a lot of functions around that, maybe a little deeper than that, but that's the basic day-to-day of a lot of data analysts. Data science, yes, you basically need a PhD, right? It's typically... you are creating how this happens. So, for example, if you are a developer that makes a tool, you build an entire back-end system that goes all the way from pulling someone's data to taking it and throwing it through all these systems that the endpoint analysts can then look at it and do day-to-day things like create reports with it. And you also ideate why you should pull certain data points and what should go into what, how it should be visualized, etc. What options are even there for them to pull the data out in form-wise. That's the data scientist that does that. And even then, that's not that deep. That's just a dev that works in that field. But that is more on the data science side. It's a person who might sit there and do strategy. So they might talk to all these people in the company and go, what data do you even have? What is the purpose? When someone makes a report for you, why? How are you using it? And they are involved in the business strategy as well. And then they go through and they come up with a really big plan of here's what you need to build, here's what you need to hire devs for, and I'll work on it too. you know, and will make a whole platform that your company can use so that your analysts have a thing that they can interact with and press buttons and get the data that they need and generate the reports they need. Okay? That is one of the major, there are tons of other things data scientists can do, but that's one of the most common in business, at least. And people who just are the end guy clicking on Tableau and telling it to spit out the same report over and over, and then telling people in meetings that they spit out a report, some of those people claim that they're data scientists on their resumes. They'll only ever open Excel and they'll be like, yeah, I'm a data scientist. And I'm like, no. Building Tableau reports. They changed some things on a dashboard in Tableau once and they're like, yeah, I'm an engineer myself. Yeah, factory worker versus the engineer who builds the machines. Basically, yeah. Yeah. Just make it data, right? So it gets very, very, very annoying. And then even then, when you're a real data scientist, it's usually even deeper than that. It's even deeper in your understanding of data, and even you start inventing new ways to gather data and come up with things that systems to gather certain types of data so that it can then be used for that whole pipeline you've got. And yeah, data integrity specialist. Yeah, there's a lot that goes into it. But yeah, most analysts, they're skilled in like the endpoint data visualization. So you give them some numbers that they pull and they turn it into relevant charts, and they know maybe they are good at thinking through what type of chart is the best way to present this to someone who's just a business guy, right? And a lot of the analyst's job will be literally analyzing the data, right? Putting it into chart form, writing down conclusions of what this means, and then handing it to someone on the business side in a meeting, talking over it. And then some guy will be like, according to this chart, it says everyone wants this thing. And then the analyst will go, no, that's not what the chart says, you know, and they're there to talk over the numbers and what they actually mean. So the analysts are still very useful people. Like, don't get me wrong, like, they're good, they're needed. Analysts are good, but yeah, it's not the data scientist. The data scientist is the like dude who ideated and built all of that out. So, you know, it's very different. It's very different. Yeah, you said endless data entry clerks called accountants or regulatory specialists. Yeah, everyone oversells themselves. And I don't blame them, though. I don't blame the individual for that, because you have to. Otherwise, you look like shit next to everyone else. So, you know. You've seen data wrangler as a qualification and job qualification. Yeah, I see you. Postings in recent years. I have no idea what that means. I've seen that, and I hate that. I've seen that. It just means an analyst, and then sometimes it means that they think it's special because they think in their like this is okay. In my experience, I saw someone write that, and this is their thing. They felt like analysts were the ones who only used the tools that were put in front of them. They didn't do pulls of the data, like, you know, actually going into the database and doing something with SQL to pull it and then putting it into a form, and then maybe doing a little ETL to get it to something else, and then now you do the analysis. Because they did those 2 extra little steps and they understood how databases worked, they were like, well, I'm a more than an analyst, which I don't disagree. A lot of analysts can't do that. I still think it falls under the umbrella. So I had seen a guy write data wrangler, and he was like, well, I also understand SQL a little bit. He understood databases themselves. He could, you know, go in and alter things. I could give him a schema, and he could make a you know, something. He could shit something out that could do that. That's cool. I still felt like he was an analyst because his day-to-day was the same. So I was like, okay, but he wrote that, and I was like, all right. I mean, all right. I don't know. I was just like, just write analyst plus the skills that you have. I'm an analyst. However, I also can do this and that. That would have been the same and just fine. Now you just look pretentious, you know? Like, he would have looked fine if he didn't write all that extra shit, but I don't know. That's 100% an analyst. I think that's what an analyst should be. I don't think an analyst should be unable to do those things, but because he had worked around people who couldn't, he thought he was like an anomaly, therefore he could say something else. And I was like, I think you're just not used to the standard being higher. It's just workplace dependent. I don't know, man. He was on a slightly more skilled end than the people he was around, so he thought that was, you know, worthy of a different title or something, but I just felt like it was the same umbrella the whole time, man. Your title's support analyst, and all you really do is figure out how you work the system and tell a dev. You do other stuff with some SQL, but that's really what it comes down to. I'm just second line support. Yeah, and that's what a lot of man hours are needed on. So that's fine. Honestly, that's fine. And a good dev should be able to handle those requests you send in pretty quickly. It's usually simple little fixes, so you should be alright, to be honest. Shouldn't matter. But I've definitely seen like companies that hire fucking 20 of those and like one developer that can't handle all the tickets, and then they're like, well, we have this skilled guy, he should be able to do all of it. I see a lot of imbalance when they start hiring those types of people in a lot of the time. Tier 3 support engineer, half the time you figure out something's broken, where the discontinuity is, report it and move on. And it's so valuable because if you have to spend a developer's like highly paid hours, someone who's like a really good dev or even engineer, right? And they have to sit there and spend their own time QAing a thing and then figuring out what's wrong with it, blah, 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 documenting it, and then fixing it, you waste so many of their hours. It's so much better when you've got like, you know, the support guy doing that. And, or even if the support guy is the one looking into user tickets and then translating what that person means, like trying to repeat the process, figuring out the issue, and then passing it to the dev, it just, dude, it saves so much time. You're not overhired there. That's good. That's good. I have seen some companies do the opposite, where they do overhire that, and then they don't hire enough devs to handle it. And I'm like, you're not identifying more issues is great, but now you've got an issue backlog. You need devs, and they always get it wrong. They just always get it wrong. It's the difference between analyst and engineer is Git. Honestly, yeah. Half the time you can boil it down to that straight up. It's true. It's true. Yeah. You said you also have a customer ticket quota. Finding bugs where where things are broken is an insane amount of time, even for like 1 to 2 tickets. It is. It is. That's why it's so important that users, when they put in tickets, write them well. Because if you put in a ticket, you know, you need support on a thing, you have an issue, something's broken, and you're like, here's this bug, but you can't describe where it is or what's going on. Either a developer or a support analyst that they've hired in, if they have them, they have to sit there and they have to go through and try to find it, and half the time they can't even find it, and it's they spend so much time trying to find your issue. Sometimes it's not even a real issue too. Sometimes it's one of those like you should have just restarted kind of issues. And you waste so much time, man. It's one of those parts of the industry where I'm like, there's so much that can be streamlined here. So much. But in reality, typically, you still just need man hours. That's when people are like, oh, AI is going to replace my job in tech. We still need people to do that shit so much that I feel like you'll be fine. Even if you can't do your exact role for a while, there's stuff like that always has this huge human need that I just don't. Yeah, you're gonna have a job, you know, you're gonna find something. It just might not be exactly what you started in. Stuff like that is the kind of thing that I cannot see it get anywhere close to understanding or being able to handle, you know. It's working fine on my machine. I love saying that sentence to see the eye roll, man. I love it. You keep getting messages requesting help that are exactly as detailed as, hello, I got an error, what's wrong? Yeah. I don't know. I tried to put the report in and it just said error. I don't know. I don't know. No way it can replace IT at the moment. Yeah, that's the stuff that we were talking about just earlier. Just how I was saying there's no way. Because this all came about because someone in chat asked initially, like, is it still worth getting a CS degree considering so many students are using AI to do their coursework? And yeah, my answer, TLDR, don't worry about AI. You must learn to do the things you must learn to do. So whether you're doing that through getting your CS degree or getting your certifications or whatever, It's the same as if you were asking me this question, not with AI in it. Should I get a CS degree or not to work in the field? Same question. Just don't even factor in AI. It's so bad that it's not it. It's not it. AI generated code makes you paranoid, looks plausible, and a lot of it is correct, but there's always something wrong with it. Yeah. That's what I was saying. Like, the problem is sometimes it'll do a thing, but there's always something wrong, and then you have to spend time code reviewing and going through it. So number one, you've spent extra time anyway. I find a lot of people take longer to review than to build. And then number two, when something is wrong, you have to be able to fix it. So even if you don't, you know, you've found there's an issue, you know something's wrong, you still need to be able to do the work. You can't use AI to replace your own knowledge base. So it's just, you know, you should only use it if it's expediting your work. And then the problem is with the review and all that, usually that takes so much time that it didn't save you time at all. If it gets to be good enough where we're not really reviewing much, you know, or we are and it still is working just fine and we're not finding issues, then at that point, maybe I could be like, yeah, this is now a good tool for this, but it just has not gotten there, man. And I don't think it will for a really long time. It's so bad. It's so bad. I think eventually it could, but it ain't it right now. Right? It ain't it right now. Nope. It's great as a sounding board. Yeah, I'm not completely AI like angry all the time. I do see people that like they just see the phrase, they see the acronym, and they start tweaking instantly. They're like, I hate it, you know. There are plenty of use cases for it that I think could be really good and are not stealing someone's work and blah blah blah. Like, it could be really useful in giving you your time back. That's okay, but it needs to be an assist tool. Yeah, it needs to be an assist tool because there's so many spots where humans just have to still step in. So I don't know. Why are tech companies pushing AI so much? They always push the new thing that makes money. The reason why they're pushing it is very simple. Basically, when you own a company, one of the main ways to get funding for a thing, to get money, incoming money, is to deal with VCs, right? Venture capital. To deal with a company who will give you money to do a thing. And the way most tech is done, most tech in the industry, most money is made by selling someone on an idea. You give them a pitch and a proposal for an idea and say, I need funding to make this. I want to make this. Hello, Mr. VC, who holds a lot of people's portfolios of money. I want you to throw money at my project. And then in return, I will let you own a portion of this. And when they go when, they don't say if, when it makes money later, you will then get a cut of that. And that's a basic investment, right? And that's not almost all, but most tech is funded like that. People don't just shell out money for needed tech just cause. They always bring in someone else's money. It's always venture capital. It's always investments. Okay? So because of this, you need to sell people on your idea. And when you go in front of someone who does not understand tech and you're like, we use the finest AI, something that they don't know enough about yet, we use the finest, only the finest processes. We have all these experts. They list out when their pitch deck, they list out people that they have that have been, this guy understands so much about AI. He's been working in this for XYZ companies for this many years. He's so stacked, you know? They just use it to convince people to give them money. That's it. And then that trickles down a lot into, then when they're hiring devs at the low level to make their products, they're like, we need you to know about AI. We need you to do it because they promised the people that gave them money that, you know, that they have experts for it. So then they need people who can demonstrate that understanding of it. And it's genuine. It's genuine. They don't need to have their product to make money in the end. That's what they hope for. But even if you make something and it's shit and you didn't use much AI to make it anyway, they need to be able to point at the people that they hired and go, I tried in good faith to do what I promised you, investor, that I would do with AI, because look at my guys and their resumes that they showed me. They all know about AI. Look, that way they can't get sued, depending on what kind of agreement they have with people. When they then have a thing made and it doesn't actually like use AI that well or something like that, they can be like, but I hired all these people and they put in their best effort. You can't sue me. I tried. Anyway, thanks for the money. My employees have been paid. Shame it didn't work out. Sorry, I have no profit to give you. Oops. And then they bankrupt the company and they go to their next project and do it again. Ta-da. That's the cycle. So yeah, exactly as you said. Do your bare minimum due diligence, then jump ship to a new project, the Silicon Valley way. That is literally what it is. That's literally what it is. So like I said, it trickles down to so many companies hiring you and being like, I really want you to know about AI, because they need to be able to prove in court, if should it come to that they tried in good faith really hard to get experts for this thing, to put together a dream team that could create this product that they promised like had AI in it or something. And you know, there you go. And AI is just the current thing. Machine learning was the one a little bit before this. They're kind of packaged together typically. There are always tech things before that and before that and before that that were always used as marketing pushes. AI is just the current one. Yeah, blockchain. Ooh, yeah, it was cloud infrastructure was before. Exactly. So there's always a new thing, and AI is just the current one. Is this a ball-friendly chat? Yes, we're talking about venture capital. Yeah. Blockchain life. Yeah, there's so much stuff like that. And that's just the way things work. And a lot of people are like, that sounds like a scam, KEKW. Business has worked this way since the dawn of time, actually. Well, not the dawn of time. Business has worked this way for like 100 years. This is nothing new. You just don't know how egregious it is unless you take a lot of interest and start reading about it and, you know, doing that. Or if you actually worked in it. And I unfortunately know a lot about that world. Sag. You know, and now, you know, you can tell why maybe I love streaming, because I don't have to deal with those kinds of people. Yay. Obviously, you can get paid really well if you do those kinds of things, but I am good on that. I'm okay. I love streaming. I love talking about this stuff. I find it interesting. I love not interfacing with those people day to day. I love it. You know? And I can complain to my chat about it instead. Yay. But yeah, I can't stand it, dude. And just because you're good at it or you worked in it for years doesn't mean you like it, you know? You just do it because you have to. But I love not dealing with that. Would you say stocks and investment are just a giant game of hot potato? Changed my mind. That's literally what it is. It's everyone throwing each other's money at each other and trying to get the most pay out of it themselves. And it's interesting. I mean, most investments are, company takes investment. Companies tend to not be profitable in their first like 5 years. If you're profitable after 5 years, you're doing great. Sometimes it's not even after 10. So they take an investment that pays for all their workers. It pays their salaries and any expenses beyond that they have for their first however many years. And they get their people paid, which means they themselves, like the C-level people or whoever took this investment, get paid. So I am paying for my house because I am the CEO of this company and I got my salary. I am an expense of my company. My company takes the investment in, right? Now, how do we make the company profitable? You build the thing, or you do the thing for your investor that you promised them you're going to do with their money. You make the company, it's supposed to do X, Y, Z. You get the bare minimum version of what you agreed to get out there. Right? Let's say you're making an app, you're making Uber. And you're like, I made a barely functional Uber. It's not that good. No one wants to be a driver. It's not really working out, but at least the app was made. And that's what I promised in my agreement. And I paid all my people. Congrats, you've succeeded. Your investor gets fucked because their money got burnt and they have this product here, but now they have to make it profitable, get their money back. So now what you do is you have a choice. You have a choice. You go to your investor and you're like, hey, I made the thing for you. Now that I've made it, you know, you should really make it profitable. It functions. You've got a great thing here. Let's sell it. Let's sell it. So you get a little user base and you have this product. Now you make a second pitch deck, okay? So now you go to some other asshole with money and you go, hey, I've got this product fully made. You don't have to do the development. We spent this many dollars to make it and we've got this many users, therefore we're valuing it at, and they set it at a number that's higher than the first investment that was put into it. And then they sell it off to someone, and they take that money, they pay their investor back, and then they have some sort of agreement. Either the investor gets the profit, and all the people who took the investment initially and got paid are paid, so they're happy. Or maybe they take some of the split. Sometimes the C-levels get a split of that profit, etc., etc. There you go. You sold it off, and you've wiped your hands of it. You're done. Your investor's happy. You, the person who owned the company and made this thing, are happy. You're chilling, right? And you just do that over and over. And like you said, yeah, it's like a game of hot potato where you just keep like taking these random people and selling them shit. Either it's your idea of a thing to make, or you're selling the thing you made off to them. So you do like round 2, or you do multiple rounds of investment to like keep it going. Like you do the first thing you did like over and over, and you just keep going. Oh, I got some new features. The reason why we don't have users is because it needs this. We got the MVP done. Now we need this. Give me $3 million. Ooh, I need it so bad. And then they give you your money, and you make like 2 of those 3 features, and you go, oh, it works though. And then you sell it for more. But yeah, that world is, I'm TLDRing it, but oof. The plot of the show, Silicon Valley in a nutshell. Yeah, the plot of the show is what it is, because that's actually what it is. Like that's how that all works, straight up. And yeah, pass the parcel, hope you're not the one holding the box when the music stops. Yeah, and when the music stops is kind of an example of like when you see a company get sold off for less than what another company bought it for. So like, let's say I'm Yahoo and I bought Tumblr. Okay, and I bought Tumblr and it was kind of getting shitty, so I bought it at sort of a lower price. It wasn't the best deal. Maybe I have confidence I could buy it for this lower price and I can grow it a bit more. The people who sold it for less, the people that gave it up to Yahoo, are probably like, fuck, because, you know, if it had been successful, they would have profited. Some of those people might get fucked, you know? But as long as you can sell it and recoup some cost, you know, so you don't get sued, you're chilling. And if you have to, you just bankrupt a company and you keep the company the one that's in trouble, not you, the individual. So, you know, you just hope, man. You just hope. And then the investment world just kind of like cycles like that over and over, and people just trade around each other's money. And that's it. That's it. A lot of people seem to have like this impression that when you have an investor, you actually have to make them happy. But depending on how, okay, this completely depends on your agreement with them, but there are a lot of agreements that people have where they just have to do what it said, right? Like, you just make the product they asked for, and if it's not profitable, it's not even well made, so long as it functions and hits, it can technically do the bullet points that are listed out in that contract, you can be like, I did it though. So even if I burnt all of your invested money on all of my staff and gave you a product that you can do nothing with, I did what the paper said, and I'm good. And you can wipe your hands of it. It's crazy how much that happens. It's crazy, man. Yeah, sometimes the best feature is finished. That's literally how that all works. Sounds like what's happening to some games today. Yeah. I mean, a studio is contracted out to make a game for a company that owns the IP that they want the game made for, you know? And they create the game. And they list out the things that the game was supposed to do. And yeah, they're like, this is what my contract said, so I did it. The game could be shit. Look at the Gollum game. Perfect example. They contract out a studio to do this. They just make it, and it just barely functions, and it is capable of being sold on the Steam store. Therefore, they've met the minimum requirements. And then all the people play it, and they're like, what the fuck is this? You know, it's terrible. But depending on the agreement, they might not be able to go and sue, because, you know, if the agreement said, yeah, it just has to function, then it just has to function, right? Like, oof. But that kind of stuff happens a lot. It's a lot of the mobile app game world. It's true. Mobile apps are, I think, out of all the games that are like funded by a VC or anything, it tends to be mobile games more than anything else. And that's part of why a lot of mobile games are so predatory with the in-app purchases and app store related stuff, all of the microtransactions, etc. A lot of the time, that's the only way for them to become profitable enough to get their person paid back. Where sometimes the devs don't want to do it, but the investor and the original investment agreement says you have to have this sort of model because we heard it makes a lot of money. So they do it. And that's it. And like the dev who cares a lot about the game and is working on the project and having fun with it, he doesn't get to do anything to decide that. He's just the guy making it, and he's hired to do it. And that's all. So yeah, you get a lot of shitty payment structures like that because of an investor, not because the studio really wants to be doing that. So that's why when I see people get angry at a game and they're like, oh, the studio sucks, I'm like, are they at fault here? Like, yeah, they took on the project, so they do deserve to tank some things because they chose to do it. Yes, but you don't know the inner workings always. Sometimes you can just Google, like, who funded this project and figure out, like, you know, where that project came from and find out who actually, you know, was like, I want money, you know? So it's interesting, man. Kind of like Hollywood, where producers will get funding for movie ideas. No script or movie actually exists. Yeah, because you can pitch someone yourself. If you're a nobody and you have to pitch a script for a movie, they won't even hear you out usually. But if you have a script, they might hear you out. But if it's Hollywood and they know you're a dude who sells movies, they don't need to see anything. They're just like, I believe in that guy. I'll put money on him. There you go. You know, it happens. That happens. Idea man is actually a job. Yeah, I love to shit on the idea man. However, the idea man is often the one that secures the investment and gets everyone paid. So idea man is actually a useful person. You just don't need a lot of them. you need a really good, at least one idea man. And then he needs a team of doers. Absolutely. But if you don't have idea man and the guy who can, talk good at people, then you could have the best product ever, but you can't convince people that it's good. You can't convince people of anything unless you have idea guys standing there and vomiting words at somebody enough where they go, oh yeah, I'll put the money in, you know? So you do need the idea guy. You just, you don't need 10 of them in a room complaining about what devs should do without a dev there, right? That's, you know, the balance is what's important. But yeah, John idea actually does secure money for people, so every party needs a bard. Exactly. Exactly. I mean, look, idea man, having good ideas and then being able to sell people on ideas, that's sales, and that's a genuine, like, strat, a genuine skill. Right? It is. I'd argue a lot of streamers and YouTubers are idea guys. And they're selling you on them, telling you that you're having so much fun here and their community is the best and greatest, and that's it. They're just marketing themselves, you know? And that's not a bad thing. You're not like drinking the Kool-Aid. Are you an idea guy? Oh yeah, I'm John Idea. I'm both. I'm an idea guy and a doer. Woo! And I just choose whichever one I feel like doing. Today I'm an idea guy. Today I'm doing nothing. I am the idea. I am both the idea guy and I am the idea. So, you know, and you're sitting here watching it, so you're buying into it. But that's really what it is. That's what it is. Because you could decide that you wanted to learn about all the stuff that I told you about by just Googling it. But are you really going to go Google venture capital and find an insightful discussion about it and listen to it and enjoy it? Probably not. So I'm selling you that I am probably the better way to learn about that stuff. Not that I'll be the greatest, most informational way, but I'm the one that you'll actually watch. Ta-da! Does that make sense? And then if you're interested, then you might go beyond it, but you're not going to look at anything cursory beyond this if I hadn't done it, right? Yeah, I'm anime. It's different. Exactly. Ta-da! Your degree set you up to be an idea and strategy guy. The working world did not need that guy, and you're very lucky to have ended up where you did. The working world does need that guy. Shut up. It does. And the skills you learn doing that are very useful. Genuinely. Because, like I said, no matter how good of a product you've made, no matter how good of a team you have, or anything like that, you still have to sell it. You have to convince someone to give you money for it. So you do have a role, absolutely, and you are absolutely like the most key person in that process to actually get it done. In the end, you could make the greatest. I mean, look at Blue Sky. I have my gripes with Blue Sky, like their functionality, but they're pretty good. There are a lot of people that use Blue Sky and they're like, I like it more than Twitter. Okay, then why isn't it the most popular yet? There are a lot of reasons why. One being, let's not make products that already exist and are clones of things that already exist. It tends to not work. But on top of that, if the right person were going around and selling everyone on Blue Sky, maybe they could get something going. Maybe they could get bought by a different platform that is already pretty big and has a user base, integrate their functionality into it, and then make it usable. But no, they want to do their own thing. And they're trying to just make it work. So they have a good product, but they're facing a giant. This is where, you know, it's only possible if you have like John Idea, who can talk to the biggest investors and make the best sales. You know, if he can come through and save it. You know what I'm saying? Like that's the only time that things like that actually work. Because John Idea comes in and convinces some guy with $1 billion fucking to, you know, to fund something and to make it work and to market it a certain way. Blue Sky just added a 3-minute video. Yeah, exactly. Exactly. Why? Because they have funding from somewhere so they can pay their devs to do that, because John Idea was like, hey, I know Twitter already exists and we're the same thing, but pay us, we'll add features. I promise it'll work. Only because John Idea exists at that company is able to sell some investor, you know, on what they've got, are they able to then have the money to build that functionality. That's it. And it didn't just die where it was, you know? So that's why you can do it. I don't know why the TTS redeem didn't work. I think something with Twitch's API is a little fucked. Apologies. You said, doesn't Blue Sky have Jack Dorsey, who's like the idea guy? If you're a known idea guy, too, if you're like an idea guy with a name that people recognize, oh, you're the most valuable person. You're the most valuable. Right? Because then people just go, I don't know about the functionality, but Jack Dorsey's in it. And people go like, oh my God, I have to invest. You know? He might have split by now, but he was with it for a while. And having names like that on your roster, that's how you secure investments. And hey, I don't know any details, but Jack might have been like, yo, I'm here for you to secure that investment. You get it. You pay me because I'm one of the founders, or I'm like a C-level or whatever he was. I don't know what he was. And then after I'm paid, I split. I don't actually want to work on this shit. Been there, done that with Twitter. I'm good. Thanks for the payment. There you go. Right? He might have just been there for like their seed round and like, I don't know, maybe their Series A, or if anything. Like, I don't actually know the details. But that's how companies tend to do it, right? They bring in some huge name to be a founder, and then the founder splits after they collect their paycheck and the company gets their investment. And they're like, thanks, man, for putting your name on it. And they're like, thank you. All I did was sign a paper and talk about strategy for 5 hours a week. Goodbye. And then they fade out. Done. There you go. There you go. Should have got Keanu Reeves. Honestly, that's the way. That's the way. Anyway, TLDR business is stupid, but also makes a lot of sense. And when people are like, I don't get why it works that way, it shouldn't. It should, though. If you want to make money, it should. It makes sense to me, man. Makes sense to me. Dorsey got mad because they wouldn't put some crypto junk in there, I think. I mean, honestly, I think financially, I'm not talking about the morals of it, I think financially it does make sense to maybe tie in some little crypto bullshits here and there, so that way you can secure, like, you know, these crazy, like, $100 million investments. And then you do the minimum with that functionality, and then put all the money into the rest of it. So you basically, like, take an L, you, like, do a thing you don't like to get funding for, like, 8 things you do like and want to put in your project. That's why you see a lot of, like, tech products right now do something relating to, like, crypto or something related to that. They don't actually care about it usually. They know it doesn't really matter to their user base, but they shove it in there, advertise it a little so that their investment from one of those companies is happy. And then they use the money to fund, like, the rest of the product that they want. So it's like, you know, a little thing they don't like for a lot of stuff they do like. And it's just, they just end up taking the deal because they're like, you know what? This will let us get all this other shit that we need to get done and funded. So I'm going to do it. Kind of sucks, but that is, you know, the case. So I see people and they're like, oh, they sold out for this crypto thing. And they start complaining. And sometimes, I don't know, you got to look into how they use that money. Sometimes they, like, did the minimum. It's a very interesting scenario. Very, very interesting scenario. They sick John Crypto on a lone hunt to build the functionality and use the team for the rest. I mean, pretty much, yeah. Well, because those companies are the ones with the most money right now. And they're the most willing to throw their money at projects. Like, they really... If you need stupid money to do a project, to do a thing, I mean, those are the easiest people to convince to throw money at you. Genuinely, to throw like that amount of money at you. Everyone else who will throw that high amount of capital at a project, they're hard to convince because they're good business people and they know what they're doing, and they've invested in good projects typically, and they're not going to throw $50 million at you for something that doesn't feel worth it. But these like companies that own a fuck ton of money in crypto, and that's their main thing, they love it. They love it. They're shitting money out of their ass when they go to the bathroom. So you're like, yeah, I need 30 million to build this whatever the fuck thingamajig, and they're like, are you gonna put our crypto on it? And you're like, yeah, I'll add a tab to the top bar. And they're like, all right, and they just throw the money at you. Like, it's really stupid in a lot of cases how willing they are. And that's why, you know, boom, so many platforms are like, yeah, fuck it, I'll make a tab that says something about some stupid coin or whatever. And you know, they really just do it to secure the investment. And I'm like, not saying I would do it, but I get it. I get where they're coming from, because otherwise they would never be able to fund their shit at all. No one's gonna accept their shit for 50 million, you know, without that involved. So, all right. I don't love it, but I understand the thought behind it. I do. You don't trust crypto? Yeah, I hate playing him in Apex. I hate him. Had an econ professor that was absolutely obsessed with it, and he had to read and respond to multiple articles about crypto and blockchain tech. I think from a tech perspective, not talking about the morals or how it's used, I think from a tech perspective, it is very interesting. It is very cool to read about. It is very cool technology. It is very hard to be an engineer working in that stuff. It's very high level stuff. It's cool. It is. It's just the way it's used that, you know, that's where it becomes a problem. The way it's implemented, the implementation of it, the execution is the problem. I don't think the tech itself is always the problem. It's what people do with it, which is, you know, kind of the case with a lot of things. AI is like that too. We were talking about AI before. There are plenty of tools you could make that could be so good, that could be used for good, they could be used to assist people. And instead, the big conversation is like the artists in AI and all that, right? Where they're just like, they're just like bad faith using a lot of people's art to train their models, and the artists say, no, I don't want that, and they do it anyway. And then that becomes a legal battle, a moral discussion, right? That's the big loud one, but there are plenty of good ways it could be used. And it always becomes a how you use it and how people promote it kind of thing. Nucky, get off my desk. I see you. No, down. Not again. Oh. Be careful. You hear him knock something down. Yeah, you gotta stay there. I even opened the window for him so you can have a beam of light blasting him. You should be happy on the rug. I got you this rug, Nucky. Good boy. I got you this whole rug. Yeah. Okay. It's because I still have food on my desk. I still got bits of things. Is His Majesty okay? Oh, he's fine. No, he knocked something down. When I went, oh, it wasn't about him. It was the thing he threw. The thing he threw. Yeah. Anyway, yeah, I think a lot of these like evil tech things, the base tech is really cool, and I feel bad for the devs that just really wanted to do their cool project, and then some guy with money, John Money, came in and was like, I will use this for evil. And the guy was like, but my cool project. I feel bad for a lot of the original creators. Like the first guy to make a coin and be like, holy shit, I came up with a way to make currency that could be like used digitally and proven in certain ways, and it's like this sort of kind of infallible system if you do this and that thing, you know, it could be really cool and used for good. Like genuinely, that's how the early devs were for a lot of this stuff. They really were coming up with like use cases for these things. Like, you know, some coins, the initial basis for them was that they wanted to use that for transactions, because every time you swipe a credit card, there are so many processes that happen that the carbon footprint of one credit card swipe is quite high compared to if you just used certain coins in their ideated systems to do the same thing, because it's a single transaction. They were literally trying to make ways to have a lower carbon footprint for paying for things. And they were like, if we do it fully digitally, but in this way and that way, blah, 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 it could be great. That was the idea. And then it got yoinked and totally is not that, you know, like the implementation ended up not being that. But that was kind of what people wanted to do initially. That was what people really wanted, you know, but of course it's the people with money that take these projects and decide how the implementation's going to go and drive it. And it just turned out, yeah, like see how it's turned out exactly. It just, stuff always gets yoinked from people, always. Always. It's crazy. That's crazy, man. I don't know. Yeah, I think the original ideas were good. I think NFTs are a really funny one too. I've talked about this before. The original idea with NFTs by a lot of folks that were working on them was some of the use cases for it were to make it so that no one can say they own a thing that they don't actually own. They were trying to make an infallible system where even if you screenshot an image 1,000 times, you can still be like, I'm the original creator though, therefore I own it. It was actually legitimately a way that artists could prove that they own a thing. Title deeds to homes, titles to cars, things like that. You could have an infallible system to prove, no matter who says they own this thing, I have this chunk of data that no one could ever take from me or spoof, therefore you know it's mine. Yeah, and it's useful with how the internet is, exactly. That's how it was presented. Yeah, locked metadata, not exactly, but it's a nice way to describe it. Basically saying, I mean, it's called a token, right? You basically have a little ticket saying, I own this, no matter who has taken a picture of this digital thing, who's spread this digital thing, I own this. There you go. And they were creating a system where no one could say you can't. And this would have been able to protect artists. This would have been able to protect content creators. Like if I made a video and put it on YouTube, imagine if I got a little thing saying, yes, you made this, this is yours. That was infallible and no one could take it from me. It would help. It would help with the fact that everything is digital and content is all digital nowadays, right? And then look at what it became. It is not that at all. Like once it got to implementation and execution, it was just used in like literally every other way. Yeah, yoinked for like terrible, evil money schemes and shit. And it's such a shame. Only centralized systems can fix being scammed. Yeah, I agree. I agree. The idea of decentralization is such a cool one. And like morally, I love it, but in implementation, yeah, centralized systems are the only ones that have been able to actually work like that. So that's a shame. But at the same time, you know, we could still have systems like that, not have them be used for, you know, mega evil, but it's just like, it's crazy, man. It's crazy. It's crazy how it didn't just get yoinked and used for a little bit of bad. It got like full 180'd. Full 180'd. I don't know. But that's what happens when you make a tool and then you open source it and you're like, it's about the free world, bro. And then you let everyone use your tool for good. Every tool you release used for good will always get used for evil. 100%. And it will get used 1,000 times over for the evilest evils. That's just how it goes, man. That's just how it goes. You have to assume always. Ooh, a lot of y'all still don't get it. Ape holders can use multiple slurp juices on a single ape. So if you have one astro ape and 3 slurp juices, you can create 3 new apes. Exactly. That shit kills me. I'm telling you, people will min-max the fuck out of everything to make the most money, make it as stupid as possible. You could be like, I'm gonna change the world for the better with this thing, and you release it and it's open source, and boom, it's like it's all about slurp juice instantly. It's crazy. It's crazy. Mega evil. Oh, it's so dumb. It's so dumb. It's funny though, honestly. Like if you just step back and just look at it, you just analyze it, it's at the end of the day, it's so funny. It's so fucking funny. I don't know. It's just not worth it. Some of you hearing about NFTs going, yeah, it still sounds stupid. It's genuinely, the original idea is great. The OG ideas for a lot of these things make so much sense, but like, a lot of people are like naive and they assume that everyone will see things the way they do. And that's why, like, yeah, very idealistic. And you You just can't assume. You see it in video games. You release a video game and you're like, you're supposed to play it like this for maximum fun. And then everyone's like, I'm going to min-max the fuck out of it. I'm going to get bored and complain about that. I'm going to play it for 500 hours and go, your game sucks because I can't play it for 1,000 uniquely. And then they're going to be like, I min-max the fuck out of it. I kill everyone with my ultra mega sword and the other players aren't having fun. You need to balance it. Right? You see it in gaming that people will always take any system you put in front of them and just fuck it. Yeah, rah moment, rah. They go and they fuck it up, dude. They go insane and then they complain about it. And then everyone else complains about it. That's just how it is. Rah. I'm gonna fuck your system. That's how the world works. So like, I don't know, when you release anything, you just have to think about the contingencies. Like, what's the worst way I could use this product? You make an app. What's the worst way I could utilize this app? Right? Social media is a great example. They released social media, right? What's the first real huge one was Facebook that like everyone was on, right? So we have a social media platform. MySpace kind of existed, but Facebook was like used by all ages, you know, after it was a college thing. So you know, John Facebook makes Facebook and is like, look, you can keep in contact with people, you can keep people updated on your life, you can share all pictures and videos. Wow. And then everyone's like, I'm gonna use it to kidnap people. I'm gonna scam everyone on Facebook Marketplace. Like, you can make anything and people use it for the worst stuff. Always, right? Always, always, always. For sure. For sure. Lucky, nice try. I see you. You're not eating this. Oh, he's so cute when I grab his face. Oh, when I grab his face and I turn it away and I'm like, you can't do that. He looks so cute. Lucky, you're so cute, but you're so stinky. You're so stinky. Yeah. I grab his face and I grab like his chin and I turn his head away and he makes a really cute face. So stinky. But I have to grab his face because if I grab like his shoulders or something, he'll lunge his head forward and grab the food. And I don't know how to describe this. He's got like the ultimate extendo neck. If I hold him 10 feet away from an item, he will still manage to somehow reach his neck forward and grab it. So I have to grab his face because of my cat's extendo neck. Nice try, Nucky. Yeah, giraffe mode. Bends that shit like a silly straw and grabs whatever food's in front of him, no matter how I try, no matter how hard I try. You can go gadget cat. Yup. Got distendo on her Blicky, her cat, yeah. Yeah, he's got an extendo on him. He's got a silencer. Every time he moves around, I don't fucking hear him, so I have to look, I have to stay vigilant. Nice try, Nook. Nice try. And when I'm petting his face, and he's like moving his cat lips to one side, but I still have food somewhere, he's trying so hard to pretend he's not looking at the food, and he just makes a really funny face. Oh. Nice try, cat. Nice try. Lucky, we were talking about business, and then we were talking about how people min-max everything to shit. What do you think about that? Do you have anything to contribute to the conversation? Nope, he's trying the extendo neck. Nice try. Lucky, what do you think? What do you think about NFTs, Nucky? What's your favorite positive implementation use case of them, huh? He thinks tokens should be placed on all of his bags of snacks to prove that he owns them and only he can eat them, right, Lucky? Yes. That's min-max how to get whatever food's on your desk. Oh, he thinks about it every time. If only I could eat them. NFTs that a snack. Are they delicious? The only NFT I care about is a nice fucking tuna sandwich. That's right. NF treats. Non-fungible tuna sandwich. Nobody can take it from me. I own it. Good boy. Yeah, I don't know. I think tech is cool. I think tech is great. I just think it'll always be used in the worst way. But I don't even know. I mean, when you make a product, you make an app or you make a thing, like, you can't. How can you even predict some of the crazy shit people are using, you know? So there are times where I'm like, yeah, this platform should be held accountable for this thing. But there are other times where I'm like, how would they even predict this shit? You know? Like, there's some stuff where you really can't put the fault in them as well. Just depends on the scenario, but I don't know. I think YouTube tries. YouTube is a good example of a platform that really tries. Like, they do a lot with separating out kids' content, right? And yeah, kids still watch regular YouTube because their parents don't, you know, regulate what their kid's doing, but that's on the parent at that point. YouTube made all the tools available to make sure that, you know, kids' content is separated out. It even has its own app, so they can't even access the other stuff that's for adults. And then they made it so that there aren't even comments on them, you know, et cetera, all these protections. And then at that point, they've done enough, you know, like it's on the parent, right? So I feel like when you make a product, it's good to kind of imagine some of these cases and see like, okay, what can we do to make sure that people are kept safe or these systems don't get abused? But even then, like, people find ways. You got Spider-Man and Elsa Gate happening and kids are still privy to it on regular YouTube, you know? So, like, I mean, you can do your best. You can try your hardest, but shit happens. Huh? Just go Google it, dude. Just Google it right now. Just Google Elsa Gate, and you'll understand. You'll understand. Remember I showed you guys the other day surprise eggs? Did I show you that on here? Or was that on the alt channel? I mentioned surprise egg videos, and I was like, look at how, yeah, the slop, Finger Family slop. Oh, the Finger Family song is the worst one. I hate it. I hate it. Get rid of it. First of all, that nursery rhyme that was like made recently, that nursery rhyme fucking sucks. It's not even good. It's not even a good one, okay? That song sucks. It doesn't even teach the kids the right. Kids won't know what the fucking index finger are. You're gonna have these like 18-year-olds going, this one's daddy finger and this one's mommy finger. I'm gonna be like, which one's your index finger? And they're gonna be like, ugh, and they start sweating, okay? Because all they can remember is the Finger Family that they sang 1,000 times per day when they were 3. All right, that's problem number 1, right? Problem number 2, the visuals are uncanny, and I wonder if kids are going to grow up with an aesthetic sense where they think that looks okay. Is it uncanny to them as they get older, or do they think it's okay? I'm really curious. Because a lot of those videos that are like those slop videos on YouTube for kids, they look like shit. And I wonder if you know, you grow up with that, that's normal to you? Do you actually look at it when you're older and then go, yeah, that looks like a normal kid's cartoon? Or will it look uncanny to them? I don't know. I can't tell. I'm very curious. And if so, oof. Right? Oof. Prefer this finger? Yeah, exactly. Exactly. Duh finger. The new Alphabet song sucks. There's a new Alphabet song? What do you mean? No way. All the kids in my family use the OG one. Hey, Nucky. Stop. I wish you could see him. He's so cute. He's so cute. Stop it. Meow. Alphabet song. Who made the new song? It had to have been a YouTuber. Is it the one from Finny the Shark? They changed it so much that LMNOP is not in it. Okay, yes, because kids say elemento. They spaced out LMNOP because kids started to treat it as one entity instead of different letters. Okay, so you fucking tell the parents to sit with their children and teach them that it's not a letter. The problem is not the song. We don't need to min-max the song to teach children. The parents should be capable of teaching them without a song. That's the issue. That's all it is. Yeah, LMNOP is a skill check. Exactly. It literally is. But you know how kids are. You know how kids aren't nowadays. They have very absent parents. And it's not the kid's fault. Which one's like the OG? I'm trying to find a YouTube video. But a lot of them are old. I mean, the thing is, okay, I remember being like a baby. A baby. And I was broke. I was fucking broke. And I had construction paper cutout letters, huge ones, that my mother would hold up and ask me to repeat the letter. What sound does it make? Is there a word that starts with it? Even if I couldn't read yet? A, apple, oh, right? Like getting those ideas in your head. I was reading when I was 2. I wasn't reading full novels, but technically I was. I was reading entire kids' books alone before I was 2. Okay? And I don't think that's special. I think any kid can be taught that if they're given enough repetition. But I had a mother who was very present and went hard on this stuff, okay? And wasn't strict. She just made sure that was done. I understand a lot of parents may not have the time to do that. But your kid should know how to read by kindergarten. And I cannot tell you how many kids show up, they're 5 years old, entering kindergarten, and cannot read full words. Let alone sentences. They can't even read words out and sound them out. They have to be taught from scratch their letters. Because their parent sits them in front of an iPad, and they sit there and they repeat the letters, but they have no idea what any of it means or how it relates to life at all. They have no fucking clue. They just think it's part of a fun video. They don't know why they're learning it. They have no clue. And that is just weird. That should not be. That should not be at all. I don't know, man. I don't know. It's just, and I have a lot of family members that, have experienced this where they've seen, they have kids and they see other kids in their own kids' classes that all just enter kindergarten and can't read. They can't read at all. And you don't need to read like full books at that age, but like you should know. You should know. Kids are reading in kindergarten now. We learned that in elementary. No, they should be reading before that. They should be reading before that. And if you don't have the time, they should enter kindergarten knowing basic words. But I don't know. Could read but couldn't speak. Teachers thought some thoughts. Yeah, it's tough. It's tough. I don't know, man. You knew an 8-year-old girl as a kid that was completely illiterate. There have always been kids that their parents are negligent and don't teach them things, but it's increased because they think that this is educating their children. But being able to recognize a letter versus knowing that you're reading and being able to try and like understand it in that framing is totally different. Totally different. I don't know, man. You entered kindergarten at 11 months? Okay, maybe. Are you from the U.S.? In the U.S., kindergarten is typically at 5 years old. You're there. Sometimes kids are like rolling off of being 4 years old into 5 or a little older 5, but generally the average is you're 5. So yes, you should know how to do basic reading by that time. And most American kids go to preschool, if not daycare before that. But a lot of them go to preschool at 4, and that's where they're kind of, At 5? Yeah, okay, this... You must not be American then. Yeah. Yeah. It's you stay at home typically. The typical US thing was when you are born, you are born. Yeah, you can't go into daycare until you're like over a year old. And sometimes they have milestones, like they have to be walking or certain things, it depends. Yeah, ESL babies get a pass, or if some people are like, my sibling has autism and can't read yet. I'm not talking about those anomalies. They completely get a pass. I'm talking about kids that are neurotypical. When you are about 4, typically, you go into preschool. Some kids do 3 years old preschool, and then they do it for 2 years. And then when you're 5, you go to kindergarten. So kids that are in first grade, hitting technically elementary school, they tend to be around 6 years old. So your schooling starts at 5, sometimes at 4 if you go to preschool. That is like average. average for a kid in the US. That's how it usually goes. So that means that before they hit that school, all of the teaching is done by the parents or decided upon by them, whether someone else does it. So, you know. Started it at like 3, not in the US. Yeah, the name kindergarten means different things to different countries. You know, the curriculum that you get taught in the US is appropriate for a 5-year-old typically. Like, it is appropriate. They assume you know certain things when you go in. And if not, they put you in like a different program to get caught up. Or they put you in a kindergarten class that catches you up more than just teaches you further. They do harder sorting of kids by ability when you're younger because you're just getting untaught a lot of stuff too that your parents might have taught you that wouldn't have been good. Cultural difference then, in Norway, kindergarten is slow as 1 year old up to 5, then preschool is 5 to 6, then elementary from 6. Yeah, it's just like US kindergarten is 5, then you have first grade 6, and from there it goes all the way up to 12th grade. And that's when you graduate, and you're usually around 17, 18 years old at that point. That's the general how that goes. So, yeah. I think nowadays there are a lot more school options for kids that are younger because a lot of parents are working. And a lot of daycares, they don't just let the kid hang out, they also teach them a little bit. So a lot of daycares are pretty good. It just depends on if they have like 1,000 kids to watch or not, and they actually can do that. Kindergarten is only for 1 year? Yeah. Yep. It's usually preschool at 4, which is mostly like a daycare, but they start to teach you things to prep you for kindergarten. And they catch kids up in preschool, typically. And then kindergarten is like when you start the normal public school system. Preschool is often a private thing. Some public schools that are done normally also have that, but typically preschools are just like these businesses, really, that you put a kid in. Some churches do preschools as well, so sometimes it is like a community thing. Sometimes it's just a preschool group run by some local parents, and they just do preschool, and it's kind of half daycare, half teaching them to get ready for kindergarten. But yeah, and then when they're 5, they enter kindergarten, and that's when you're officially done you're enrolled in your public school system. That's when you're in the school system that has, like, the state that you live in, or federally you must learn these things by this age, right? And they start to demand like certain curriculum that a kid could learn. That is when that starts, is when you enter kindergarten. And then from there, grade 1 through 12, so elementary, middle, and high school, all of that is also with that 1 year of kindergarten. That's all part of the public, typically, school system. Or if you're not in a public school and you go to private school, you still have to learn certain things by a certain time to get certain degrees or to move through certain grades, right? That's when it's actually regulated. Yeah. Is GEEGA's chat considered daycare? Yeah, adult daycare. Pretty much, man. Pretty much. All the preschools you know are run by churches. I think that's very typical, very common. Yeah, they tend to have those kinds of systems, and then, you know, church ladies will come in and be the teachers. They'll take care of the kids, and they'll get them kind of prepped. Preschool usually still has nap time, like the kids are young enough that they nap in the middle of the day. So you drop them off, they hang out, they have playtime, and then they learn a little something, nap, wake up, play again, learn something, go home. You know, it's still suited for kids that are like, you know, sleeping in the middle of the day. Yeah, eat some glue on accident. You want nap time too? Yeah, good old-fashioned siesta is the greatest thing, dude. Honestly. I remember my son's reading level was at 5. I believe he was reading Dr. Seuss. Yeah, I remember my dad always tells a story. He was like so proud of how early I was reading, and he would always brag about it. And he's not the type to like brag about stuff like this all the time. This is just the one thing I always heard him like mentioning. He was always otherwise pretty, like, you know, his standards were higher. But when I was entering kindergarten, they were doing the test. They evaluate each kid to see what they're up to, and, you know, what level they're at. And they were like, can you read? And I was like, yeah. You know, 5-year-old me, yes. And they were like, can you though? And they were like looking at my parents like, does she just know the letters, or can she actually read words? And my parents were like, no, she reads. she can read a book if you put it in front of her and comprehend it. Like she is reading level, not just looking at it and sounding it out level. And they were like, oh, okay. So the teacher points to like a book that they have, a rack of kids' books, and is like, pick one out and read it. So I grab one and I open it and I read the book, and I was like trying to read with inflection because my mother was very good at reading with inflection and being like, and then they said, wah, you know, or whatever. Like she would do that. So I was like trying to read it with inflection. And the teacher was like, oh, very good. You must love that book. And I was like, no, I've never read this one. And they just kept like belittling me a little bit. And I was a kid. I didn't get it. And my dad was like getting kind of pissed. He was like, we said she reads. Like he was getting pissed because like, she was like, oh, you must know that one. He's like, no. So he had like an old receipt out of his back pocket that he pulled. And he just handed me the receipt and was like, read the back of that. And I just started reading the passage from the back of the receipt. And there were some things I had to like sound out, you know? And as I would sound it out, he'd be like, it's this word. And I would go, oh, okay. And I would like recognize the word and keep reading. And he was like, she reads. He was just so pissed. Yeah, your daughter's a great liar. Yeah. He was getting so mad, but he always tells that story because I was reading very early. But genuinely, like, we were broke and I either would play stickball outside or read. So, you know, yeah, that's what I had. That's all I had. So if that's all a kid does for years, yeah, they're gonna know how to read. Like, that's fine. I got to school and there were other kids that were very capable of doing other things that I wasn't because they spent their time doing that. Like, that's just, I don't know. Yeah, you must have trained her on this receipt. Yeah, I'm his favorite son. It's true. It's true. Tells me all the time. You know, he was getting so pissed. He was like, we said it, man. And then they were like, oh, she reads. Son, yeah. I'm the only daughter and I have a lot of brothers, and that's the joke. Whenever someone would go, who's your favorite son? He'd always say me. He'd always joke about it. Nucky, I see you. Oh, you're trying the left side now. No. Nice try. She could do accounting. Yeah, no. No. Even the one brother next oldest from me, my slightly older brother, he would always, he would get things wrong on purpose and laugh about it. So when he was learning to read, he would point at a letter and my mom would be like, which letter is C? And he'd point at the wrong one and laugh about it. like he'd be like, sorry, my cat's in front of me. He would laugh about it and he'd be like, because he thought he was like a real wise guy. And I remember when I was learning to read, he would try to teach me the wrong thing on purpose. So I think when I was younger, I stayed extra vigilant because I knew there were like the ops were there. The ops were trying to keep me down and I wasn't going to let it happen. So I think part of me taking a great interest in reading was genuinely because one of my brothers was actually trying to mess it up. Yeah, he was trying to sabotage me, and I was aware of the ops at all times. And even now, you know, that's why the ops can't get me. I was trained for this shit. I was trained from a young age. And I know how it works, you know. No hater can ever get to me because my brother, the one that's slightly older than me, is my biggest hater. And, you know, nothing you can ever do will ever be worse than him. And we love each other. That's my beloved brother, you know. I've been trained for this, man. Yeah, psychological warfare. I've taken so much mental damage from all that. So you can't get me, man. Sorry, I'm still dealing with my cat trying to pretend that he's not gonna do something, but I know he's gonna do something. What stuff do you like to read the most? I think it's always been fantasy and science fiction for me. Always. I don't like nonfiction. I think nowadays I enjoy reading about things online. I don't like reading many nonfiction books, only some. I tend to get bored of them quickly because someone will write an entire book about their life and I'm like, all right, I just wanted like the first 3 chapters, you know? So occasionally I read nonfiction, but usually not. I like fiction. I'm there for stories and entertainment. And then, yeah, just fantasy and science fiction. Do you prefer Robert Jordan or Tolkien? I prefer Tolkien. I do like the over descriptiveness. But I really like Robert Jordan as well. It's hard to say. It's hard to say. I like Tolkien because I like the things a lot of the characters do and how they react. I do like Robert Jordan too, but I find that like a lot of Robert Jordan's writing was more optimistic and idealistic with how the characters would act, whereas Tolkien would be like, yeah, this guy was a bad motherfucker. He stole that shit and ran away with it, you know? And I'd be like, yeah, he would do that, that scoundrel. So I do kind of like, you know, that about Tolkien. Not all of his characters are like that, but, you know, like he showed more of like the proper expected ugliness of characters in these situations, whereas I think a lot of fantasy novels, like, every character's so cool and so morally great, you know, and then when there's a character that's bad, he's so bad and so morally terrible, and they tend to make a lot of them black or white, or they write the villains really good with a lot of depth, and then the good guy is like, I'm good because I'm a good guy, you know. And it's like, it depends on the writer, but a good amount of fantasies like that. So that's why I stick really hard to the fantasy authors that I like, because I think they do a good job with making the characters feel like they're doing things people might actually do. So, your faves are Three Body Problem and Trilogy and The Count of Monte Cristo. Oh, I love The Count of Monte Cristo, okay? I love reading The Count of Monte Cristo. That is one of my favorites. And when I talk to people about old literature that they should try reading, I always recommend it. And then I see friends look at it, see it's on some school book lists, and they go, ooh, you people reading this school, bleh. And I'm like, no, trust and believe. It's so good. It's so good. Is it in public domain? I could probably just read it. Who owns this right now? Public domain. Isn't that super long? Don't you want books you like to be super long? Yeah, it is public domain. Oh my god, I could read it. I could do a reading of it. Oh, it was officially released into public domain in 98. It's more recent than I thought, actually. Nice. Anyway, basically the main character is like, he's a sailor and he's wrongly imprisoned, and it goes through like his revenge and redemption. It's so good. It's so good. I love that book. I genuinely love that book. Okay, it's so good. It's so good. Yeah, great revenge story, and very, someone said earlier that it's like so satisfying. So incredibly satisfying. But I do highly recommend it. I do highly recommend it. It's so dramatic and I love it. Yeah, Edmund is just such a good character, man. Ugh. Yeah, I'm looking at it now. Maybe we'll read it. Maybe it's regular story time. Specific translations may be under copyright. Oh, yeah. But you know, you just go and look up which versions are and are not. There are English versions that are absolutely not under copyright and you can read. Let me see. Yeah. I found a very nice English version that is available. The Count of Monte Cristo. It's so good, man. It's so good. I think you read it once, but forgot what it was about, so wouldn't mind hearing it again. Oh, it's the best. I have the one from Project Gutenberg open right now, too, yeah. Yeah. I do like that The Count of Monte Cristo is also... The writing in it is mostly dialogue rather than descriptive, and I find that it depends on the person, but some people really do prefer novels that are showing the conversations and things that are happening in real time rather than someone just telling you about what happened, rather than a narrator just saying, yeah, the guy looked up and said this, and blah, blah. Instead just seeing the dialogue back and forth. There are a lot of folks that prefer that. So a lot of people that think they don't like reading, I think this book is a really good one for them to try, because again, most of the writing is just in quotations, line by line. This line was said, then that line was said, then this person said this, then that person said this. And it's easier to imagine it in your head happening if you're not good at picturing stuff, because you could just imagine someone saying that. So yeah, I much prefer that for some people. More of a play than author stream of thought that way. A little bit, yeah. Now, I'm the opposite. This is why I like Tolkien, because I love to imagine things in my head, and when I'm reading a book and the narrator's describing a scene, I genuinely, like, my visuals are stronger in my brain than what I'm literally seeing with my eyeballs, and I feel like I'm just seeing the scene and imagining the scene more than I'm seeing the words in front of my eyes. And that's just, I just have a very strong visual imagination. I like it. But yeah, if you don't, that can kind of really fucking suck. So some people still like reading about stuff, but other people not so much. But yeah, again, this book is very dialogue heavy, and it's mostly about the lines people are saying. So it's a little easier. It's a little easier to wrap your head around. Audiobook with Bill Homewood is amazing too. Yeah, I actually haven't done. I haven't done an audiobook of this one, or really ever. I don't listen to audiobooks, very rarely. We think about the latest movie adaptation. Didn't get to see it. Didn't get to see it. I heard it was good. Didn't get to see it. It's what V for Vendetta was based on. Yeah, and you know how many people love that movie and made that like their whole personality? You know how many people were like, I'm like Widowy, the guy from V for Vendetta. He's so cool. There's so many people that made that like their whole thing in high school. Please read The Count of Monte Cristo. Like you'll get that out of it. Okay, you'll get what you want out of it. I guarantee it, all right? I guarantee it. Hated that mask when the movie came out. I don't like the way the mask looks at all. Love the character, love the movie, all great, all wonderful. But yeah, I cannot fucking stand the way the mask looks. I hate it. It's terrible. That's terrible. Tried to read Harry Potter when you were younger, just couldn't get into it. I always liked the books. Let's author aside. We don't have to talk about that. If I'm separating the art from the artist, yeah, no, I love the books. Love the books, love the IP. Wonderful. But I think it's a good read still. I think it's a good read. I would recommend it, honestly. Never finished it. I liked that yeah, the books were better than movies. I like that the books grew older and more mature with the character. So when you read the first one, it's very much written for a kid of that age. But then as you get later into it and you're reading, you know, each book is basically a school year of his life. So you read the later books and you're reading about his life as he's a bit older, and the maturity and the writing level of the books kind of go up to that point as well. So I always appreciated that. I thought that was a really cool thing, because then the kids that read it could like grow with it, really. And I think that's why a lot of people, it's so beloved to them, is not just that they liked it, but also because it stayed consistently with them through those ages. That felt more her getting better at writing. I think it's both. Not that she intended from the beginning for it to be that, but yeah. Exactly. Wasn't talking about the artist or anything. Yeah. I think, you know, I'm a lot more okay separating art from artist when that art was made earlier, before the issues that people have with the artist, especially. You know, like, this is a book that she wrote when she didn't say any weird shit or anything that people didn't like, and we just want to take it as that, and you want to freeze it in time a little bit. I think that makes a lot more sense, you know? It'd be different if she, like, you know, had all the issues that people have with her, and then released the books, and people were like, I would read it, you know? That's a different scenario, but taking it as it was, separated from her, and considering the time, I think that's a lot different. Yeah, and when Twitter didn't exist. Yeah, exactly. I think that's all right. And you know, you could do things like I played the game. I played Hogwarts Legacy because I had a friend that worked on the game and gave me a key so that I could play it for free, so I never had to financially support the game. And I didn't stream it or anything, but I was able to play it because I love the IP, and I was like sad that everything was going down because I knew my friend was working on that game well before all those like issues came out, and I was like, damn, guess I'm not playing that one then, huh? Like, I didn't like the optics of it, of streaming it, so I decided not to. But I was like, I get a lot of people streaming it too because they love the IP, you know, it's just its own thing. I was just kind of torn. I was like, I don't think there's a right or wrong here. Like, it just all sucks. Everything sucks here, you know? But then my friend came through and was like, yo, you want a key, so you don't have to buy it? And I was like, great, because I was trying to figure out what to do here because I really still wanted to try playing it itself because the studio did a great job. Like, everything aside, the studio did a great job making that game. It was good. You know, it was good. But, you know, yeah, the timing of it coming out and everything that was going on, I was like, oof. I just felt bad for the devs. They put so much, they put their whole fucking ass into that game. And then, like, right before they release it, like, all this stuff is happening. And I was like, jeez. That sucks because they didn't know any of that was going to be happening, you know? They were just like, oh, cool, I love this IP. Oh, I'm going to make a cool game. You know? It was just... Yeah, nothing was handled with grace on any side. It was weird. It was a weird situation. I still don't have a solidified thought on what I think about that whole scenario because I just disconnected from it. I was like, I got a key for free. I'll just play it on my own. All right. You know, like... So I really disconnected from it and never really, I didn't keep up with too much of what was going on with it, to be honest, because I felt like I was given a free out. You know, I could have what I wanted without worrying about it. So I was like, all right, peace, guys. And I just blocked certain words on Twitter so I didn't have to see it. There you go. You tried to look at it as you could separate the art from the creator. Yeah, I mean, people have differing levels on thought on whether or not you can or cannot do that, or you should or should not do that. That's up to you, however you feel about it. To be honest, that's just up to you. For me, you know, I was like, even buying it looks bad, right? Like, because you financially support. And I was like, well, I don't know what cut she gets of sales or what. Like, did she get royalties from it? I was just like, I don't know. And as I was looking into it and thinking about the morality in the middle of that, my friend was like, yo, free key. So I was like, all right. And I just stopped thinking about it. You know? I was like, okay. So, yeah, it was a lot easier for me to just ignore it than others, for sure. But yeah, I was in the middle of like thinking about it and trying to decide how do I feel about this. And then I was offered that out. So I just went yoink. Played it on my own, to be honest. You said, would you say it still holds up as a game now with some distance away from the controversy? Yeah. Alone as a project, like just talking about the game itself, right? Like off of getting away from the creator or anything. Like the game itself, yeah, it was good. If that same team made that game but just used a different IP, fucking banger game. I liked it. But also you look at it through nostalgia goggles a little bit. If you grew up with the IP or if you liked it a lot. So there's that too, you know, it can be a little difficult. Easier with an example like Lovecraft because he's at least dead. Yeah, it's different, right? Like if you buy his book, he's not getting money in his pocket and then buying booze and hookers with it, right? So it's very different. I agree. When someone's dead, for sure. For sure. Kind of like everyone upper Hollywood's been trash for decades, but there's still people working under them that make good movies and possibly completely pure. I wouldn't say impossible. Unlikely. More unlikely. And yeah, if you live your life like I cannot interact with any of these things that I dislike morally, then you're not going to interact with a lot of things and a lot of public figures. Yeah. So you just got to sit back and think, how do I want to live my life? How much do I want to care about these things? And I think you should care more if it affects something around you. If it affects you, right? Sure, is there anything that, hey, we're not going to discuss whether she said anything bad or not. We're not discuss what she said or what we think about what she said. I don't care. Either way, we can all agree the optics of it were bad. Regardless of what you think or whether you agree or think it's a level of good or bad, the optics were bad. And when things explode that much, the situation is now bigger than the semantics of what some people said, right? It's a much bigger situation, and that's where it gets all messy. It gets so messy. You know? No, I'm saying. But hey, that whole situation isn't worth, like, analyzing at this point, I think. That shit's done. Things did become chaotic, though. They did, and people were ready to, like, kill some streamers over streaming the game, and I was like, oh my god. I don't know. I think no matter how little or big of a thing a streamer does that you don't like, you should never be threatening people to certain extents. And they're just an entertainer, and you can just close the tab. You can unsubscribe. You can do all these things. That's all. There are certain levels. I don't care what anyone has done. I don't care what anyone has done. You can just simply take the high road, give people grace, and just, you know, disconnect. That's always an option. And the fact that you always have that as an option, some people don't choose to go that route. I'm like, well, maybe you need to go outside. Right? For sure. But then it also, at the same time, when situations like that happen, you also see certain streamers act a certain way. So kind of, you see people faced with controversy and how they react, and that also is very telling too. So yeah, it weeded out a lot of chatters, a lot of streamers, a lot of people, kind of like placed people in a new visual, right? But yeah, a lot of misplaced aggression and stuff. That's why I was like, I don't think it matters. My conclusion basically was, I don't think what I think is right or wrong here morally matters at all. I think the right move for me is to not stream it or talk about it. At the time, that was what I decided, because I was like, it doesn't matter what you do. Any mention of it or anything at the time would rile up this crazy conversation. And my decision was, this just isn't worth it. This just isn't worth it. So then all that was left was this personal moral thing was, do I think it's okay for me to buy this game or not? To put money into it as an individual, not a streamer, right? And then in the middle of like, okay, let me think about that. Then my friend was like, yo, free key. Right. So I was like, oh shit. So I didn't really have to think about it. But yeah, for me, anytime a game gets that kind of smoke, I'm like, I'm not touching it. I don't want to look like I'm on a side. Every issue like this is so complex, and I don't want to take part in like black or white placing myself in one of those categories, right? Like, it's just not worth it, man. There's so many other games to play, so I was just like, nah. I don't want to deal with it. Yeah, keeping distance. Not everyone chooses that, and you know, like, people can choose whatever they want. That's just my personal choice in general. I'm always just like, I'm gonna just keep away from this. I'm gonna keep away from that. Part of the problem to you is it looked like it was highly morally charged. Yeah, whenever people get into those discussions, I'm just like, let me not play this game. You said, I'm a girl, by the way, and your username is Jonathan Ortiz. Right. Yeah, when I'm trying to be a human with my own opinions and the ops are trying to put me in a group. Yeah, and you, like, you have to be realistic, you know, like, when you as a person interacting online with other people, you just know that everyone's trying to categorize. And no matter how much nuanced discussion you try to have about some scenario, they're like, are you with us or not, right? Like, everyone wants that conclusion out of everything you say ever. So it's better to just disengage, honestly, because I feel like you just can't have these nuanced discussions with people online. You just cannot. There's no point. So you just don't even be part of the conversation. Yeah. You just don't even do it. Sorry, my cat. Without going into detail, my cat may have stepped on something. May or may not have. Yep. Sakura. He said, yeah, and I'm a guy with a name like Sweet Sakura. Sure, buddy. Oh, man. Oh, man. So during that whole fiasco, there were a lot of content creators I just stopped watching because they were just going crazy. I mean, here's the thing. Hold on, I'll take this question first before I go on that. Sorry to ask again, genuinely interested, do you have a sci-fi book recommendation? I think you should read basically anything that Isaac Asimov has written. People always love Foundation. Foundation is good. I think since Dune is super popular right now, go and read Dune. Even before they made a fucking movie, I would always recommend Dune. Always. Neuromancer, I like it. I wouldn't say it's my favorite. I like this series called, it's a trilogy. It's about the terraforming of Mars. Okay. It's called Red Mars, Blue Mars, Green Mars are the titles of each. Let me find the, what was the author's name? What was her name again? Kim Stanley Robinson. Yeah. That's her name. Thank you. Not everyone loves these, but I liked it because it was very meaty. It's very meaty, and it was very much about the science behind it. And I really enjoyed reading those. I liked them. Said Foundation kind of boring, writing is meh. Well, I liked it, so I think you should try it. But yeah, I like the Mars books. I find some people don't love them because they don't want heavy sci-fi. They want it to be about the story behind it, whereas those books are really about the how. They go very, very, very deep into the actual scientific systems that made the terraforming of Mars possible in the story. And some people just want to skip over that, and they're like, okay, give me Star Trek though. Like, they have laser beams. I just need to know that. Whereas hers was like, here's how the laser beams worked, right? More sci than fi. Yeah, it was both. It was both. But, you know, they went hard into it. So if you like hard sci-fi, I would say that's a good route to go. That's a good route to go. I always enjoyed kind of rereading those. I own them. There aren't a lot of books that I physically own. I tend to like library everything and then not always own it unless I want to reread it, but I own those and they're on my cabinet. They're in my cabinet. Right now. Read The Martian if you've never read sci-fi. It's a good bridge. Ooh, actually, yeah, The Martian is solid. I think Dune is good, but when you get into later books and you continue on the universe, it gets... it's insane. It's insane. I think it's good to read, but really, like, the first book is the one that really matters. And then the rest, if it gets a little crazy for you, it's okay to drop it. It's okay. But I love the universe, genuinely. Red Mars is free on Kindle at the moment. Is it? Ooh, okay. Yeah, the first three are solid. And then when you get really beyond that, I don't know. A lot of people complain they don't like what goes on with the main character. They don't like what he becomes. And I'm like, the whole books are about him becoming what he becomes. So why are we surprised here? You know, I don't know. But I get it. But yeah, first few books of Dune are very good. Do not read Herbert's son's Dune books. No. I read them all and I just didn't. Dune is a comment on Foundation anyway. Okay, wait. You want to pick apart the really nerdy, like, writer, author meta about Dune and Foundation? So Asimov writes Foundation. And Foundation, without the TLDR, is it's very much like the thing that you are rewarded for and the thing that's good, that's seen as good, and that the main character is supposed to be doing that is good, is to be like everyone else and to do things for the group, etc. You know, a way forward with my people. Dune is basically, he read Foundation, decided to write something different, and it was a little bit of like drama at the time, but basically he wanted to write a similar story that instead was rewarding, like the moral of it was that you're rewarding being different, doing different shit, fighting for something else, and for that more unique kind of thing that the dude was doing, and you're rewarded for going against the grain. If I'm trying to TLDR without giving story, you know, story points. And so basically Dune author is like, oh, Foundation author, you know, I get what he's writing, but it kind of sucks. I think this is what should happen. And then you know, that's where the base idea for Dune started to kind of come from. And it's always been like a little drama point where people are like, ooh, what do you like better, Foundation or Dune? Ooh. I think they're both fine. Just read both, dude. You got 2 good books out of it. Or rather, you got 1 series out of it. But yeah, you can read up on the Dune versus Foundation drama. People love talking about it to this day. They do. Thought we were supposed to like both. I like both. I mean, yeah, win-win for me. I mean, they're both good. And the more people talk about them, the more people make like movies out of them and stuff. And you know, so I'm chilling. The writing's extremely pedestrian. Herbert Sun's books, yeah, I'll still read them. I did read them. I don't know if I want to reread them very much. I don't know. You found Dune a lot more interesting than Foundation. I think Dune is like, ooh, she's so crazy and quirky version of Foundation. But, you know, Foundation existed first. So when you read it, you should take it as that. And then Dune is like, what if I made Foundation my manic pixie dream girl? And then, and then Dune was born. Kinda like that, you know? I liked Foundation still. I still did. But then Dune is, what if she was so quirky and crazy, though? So it was kind of like a lot of the points in there were written a little bit for the shock value of it. Is how I felt. Not in a bad way. Dune was so great. It was great. One of my favorite books, but, you know, first one especially. My favorite literary fun fact is that Tolkien received 2 advanced copies of Dune and promptly returned them both because he hated it. I can see that. Yeah. I'd heard that fact, and I wasn't sure if that was like real or not. I never looked into it. Did that actually happen? Let me see. Did Tolkien hate Dune? Ooh, yeah, the anti-religion message of Dune would be a huge turnoff for him, is what someone's saying. And the deeper political and cultural messages and undertones of Dune are so depressing. But then by contrast, Tolkien's watchwords are hope, faith, love, and the moral ideal of man. But that's the thing I was saying about a lot of fantasy writing. Like, even Tolkien does. A lot of fantasy characters are it's all about the good. It's all about the good in people. Video games are like this. Video games, especially, the writing in them are like this. Like, it's all about the good guys and fighting the good fight. And, you know, we love this one character because he's just a great guy. And there'll be a stupid main character who's making a lot of mistakes. But he's good, though. You know, like, there's always that. That's why you'll hear me complain about the writing in some games, how I don't like it. Because I'll be like, how is a guy just good? Because John Great Guy rarely exists in real life. And even John Great Guy, IRL, has a lot of struggle internally, and they never show the internal struggle. Because in my life, I will say, like, a lot of the best people I know that have the greatest morals, they still struggle. And it's about winning that struggle, not just about, like, being like, I'm just good, though. Right? And I think a lot of folks don't, you know, they get a little turned off when they're reading the darker parts of things because they just don't want to think about that. They feel more inspired by not seeing that, basically, right? Which I think is very, honestly, very realistic. Very realistic to be like, if I want to be a good person myself, I want to surround myself with this, and I want to be inspired by this, and I want to believe that the world is capable of being like this. You know, I get that. That's why Boromir is not a villain. Yeah, yeah. I fucking love Boromir, too. Yep. Exactly. Read that new movie, Tolkien? Preview looked pretty good. I haven't seen anything related to it. No, I'm aware it exists, but I haven't looked at, like, anything, any content. So I was refreshing, or what was refreshing about Kratos in the original God of War trilogy? Great anti-hero. Yeah, yeah. I like writing like that better. I do, personally. But I also like it all. I like that more, but I like all of it. I don't dislike any of it. Just sometimes it's leaned on too hard in games. You know, and John Great Guy is too great, and he's so great, and the world bends to him, and he gets everything he wants in the end because he was so good. And I just feel like that's like, I've seen enough that it gets kind of boring. Right? It gets kind of boring. I don't know. I'd rather them be more relatable, to be honest. Or they don't even have to be relatable to me. I just need to look at it and be like, yeah, this all makes sense. Yes, I loved Ultra Killy. My favorite game. Games writing in general lags behind traditional books. Yeah, I think, I mean, look, let's be real. Why did people love Outer Wilds so much? Apart from the game being made well and you know, being a cool project. Because they hired in a really fucking good writer, okay? They hired in a good writer early, and they took that writer and they involved her in this development process. They had her sitting there with the devs and talking about how the story and writing could make sense with the mechanics of the game. And she was involved every step of the way. So the writing was well done, but she wasn't hired to write on top of a game that was made. She was writing during the creation, and she was really, you know, they made a lot of the base game without her, but they hired her in later when they were deciding how a lot of the polish should go, and she was there to make them change stuff so that the writing and the gameplay were totally intertwined, and everything was well done. And then it became a game that so many people loved, and they thought it was one of the greatest things ever. Right? And they were like, you know, the writer was like, here are the main themes of the story here. How can we mix the gameplay into this? And the devs made a lot of effort to kind of keep those two, you know, cyclical with each other. So you get a great game, and then everyone's like, oh, it's the coolest game ever. I love the writing, you know? And I wish more studios would kind of do that, because I feel like they leave the writing up to people that are more on the development side and like the director of the game to come up with what it's about, and then they hire a writer to do specific dialogue, but they still have those people drive a lot of it from a lot of you know, stories I've heard and processes people told me about. Sounds like that happens a lot. But I think when you have a good writer and they get to be more ingrained in the process, you can really, like, you can go crazy. It does take it more time, though, to develop, though, because they come back and they're like, you need to change this. No, we need to change this. The story needs this. And that might be annoying and more costly. So I think that, honestly, I understand it. I understand it. Writing made that game elite on top of the actual gameplay. Yeah, it was all about the writing. Log Disco Elysium. That's one that I still haven't played yet. It's on my list. I still haven't played it. But everyone said it's great, and everything I've heard about it is that it's similar. But it sounds like it's all dialogue. It's just all dialogue, which as a streamer, it's hard for me to get myself to play games like that. It's just been hard to sit down and do stuff like that, to be honest. So you like the Yoko Taro games? Yeah. A lot of games that are most beloved by people, the writing is just good. That's what it is. The gameplay is good too, but their favorites tend to be because of good writing. The ones that make an impact on them, they really remember. And then you get shit like, you know, hey, don't get me wrong, I love Robotron 64. There's no writing in that fucking game. But, you know, still, a lot of my favorites are, yeah, it's all about the writing. Yeah, Knights of the Old Republic was a banger. It's mostly voiced now. I mean, yeah, I could probably sit there and play it and just, like, head empty because it reads it for me. To be honest. I don't think there's anything wrong with the game. I just haven't been able to get myself to really lock in on a game like that because my brain is so dead at the end of the game that I need to play a game that does not take any reading, listening comprehension, speaking, or anything. I can just do shit. Right? And if I'm talking to someone else, it's easier than if I'm just sitting there and trying to, like, absorb a story. So what do? I play Monster Hunter, or I log into GTA and I'm like, let's rob a bank. Drive away from the cops. Oh, I did a little puzzle, and now we drive away from the cops. I get money. You know, like, I can handle that at the end of the day. But if I'm like, let me play Disco Elysium, I feel like my brain would just melt. To be honest. My brain would melt. Honestly, I end stream a lot of the time. I eat food and then I just clean something. Silence. I clean something and I play with my cats, you know? To recharge my brain a little bit. No. You prefer gameplay over story? TBH. I think it's most important to me. And then story is second, yeah. But when I love a game the most, usually it's because it has both. To be honest. I want to play LA Noire. I've heard a lot of good things about it. But it does seem like you have to kind of set out a bunch of time and play it back to back to really absorb it. I don't know. Might not be the best stream game. Yeah, I kind of analyzed that early and was like, okay, maybe later for myself. I was going to ask, have you tried to get May into GTA and just like be herself? Lol. I've not tried to get any friends into GTA. I've simply told people if they want to, they can ask me. Mouse was invited the same time I was invited, so she did play a bit with me. Other friends probably could get in if they want. But I won't do it unless they ask, because it's such a big well, it doesn't have to be, but it could be a big commitment. I could play it occasionally, but I think most of my streamer friends just don't have the time, to be honest. You kind of need to give yourself a time to whole ass it, even if it's just for a month, to really like integrate into it and get it. But I think most people just don't have that. And I let myself be ingrained. I was playing, I'd say 75 to 80% of my streams were that for a long while I was on that arc. And I think most people just won't do it. Most people just won't do that. They won't commit, which is fine. I don't think that's a bad thing at all that they won't. I'm just saying that like that's what it entails. So maybe not as long as I did, but in general. Sifzone is a similar new player since started that. Yeah, I know. It's too much. I've had a couple friends actually get into it on other servers, and they've all been incredibly overwhelmed and stopped because they were so overwhelmed by everything already existing and getting dropped into a server where everyone just knows what's going on and they've never tried playing this sort of thing. It's just like it's so much for them. So yeah, most people that honestly, Mouse got overwhelmed. She was like, I don't know all these people and I'm down to get to know people, but like it's so much and they all know each other and I feel like I'm just standing there. And she wanted to play more, but she was just like, it's hard. It's hard. And then Zen was kind of interested. She really wanted to, and I think she just legit forgot about it. Straight up. So I think I could get a lot of friends into RP, but not GTA. Something else that like D&D. I think would be better. To be honest, way better. Yeah, getting dropped into a LARP without any sort of orientation or reading the rule book. Yeah, and there's no orientation for that server or any of those servers. There's none. So yeah, they need it only. I only really got into it because like I had a couple people that I met early that just tutorialed me, so I was chilling. Yeah, you said you're a new player. First day was the hardest, was running around trying to find work or anything to do. Now you're waiting to see if they'll let you do EMS. It's tough. It's so tough to figure out what the fuck to do with yourself. It is. You hear him? Hi, Lucky. Meow. I have to feed him very soon. Very soon. I think you could convince people to play a D&D session. Can I? Yes. One-shots? Yes. A long campaign, I would not want to. I wouldn't want to. I've played so many hours of D&D and I've had long campaigns. I, as a streamer, wouldn't want to do that. Trying to organize people to do things together is a nightmare, an absolute nightmare. And unless someone's contractually obligated to do it, it's just not going to happen all the time. So I'm like, nah. Remember Max trying to set you up with the guild to teach you to do crime? Yeah, I met Moon in an RP server, and he was like, you should be friends with my friends. And then I didn't end up joining their virtual gang, but I'm in their Discord, and we play games together all the time. So it worked out, out of character, out of the server, it worked out. Viggy stabbed you? No, Jaeger stabbed GG, but Viggy didn't stab me. He would in any other game, though. He would, but yeah, no, it was fine. Are you going to war? Hello, Kermodo. Look, he's typing in chat Kermodo style. It's crazy. Short 4 or 5 session long campaign, maybe? Nah, even getting people together for that. And I say people, I mean like, seriously, like, for real, getting VTubers to do that. So many of them are so bad with scheduling. It's impossible. I don't even want to try. I don't want to try. Streamers are bad enough. VTubers on average, some of them are great, on average are a little worse at it. I don't want to try. I've tried. I don't even tell you guys about projects and ideas that I have sometimes when they involve scheduling anymore, because I would tell you I want to do a thing, and then the scheduling would be the thing that makes it not happen, and then people would be like, oh, 5 months later, I wish I would see this thing, and I'm like, yeah, me too, pal, you know? It's just so fucking, ugh. As streamers, that makes this possible. Yeah, getting anyone together for D&D is crazy. Crazy, so. Nope. Nope, it's tough, man. It's tough. I think a one-shot would be very possible, very possible. But also, every time I play D&D with certain folks, they're not interested in the gameplay so much, they just want to do the RP version. So I think doing, like, the stuff that we did with Do Not Peek, whereas a very lightweight homebrewed version, was really nice because it was about the stream of it and not, you know, the people sitting there like learning the mechanics and all that. It was less overwhelming. And the newer players really understood it. So I would be down for that again on stream, I think. Yeah, do something like the TV show Harmon Quest where you have a few regulars that invite one-time guests to participate. No, you don't understand. Having a few regulars is the problem. If I ask 30 people, 30 streamers, I want to do a campaign. We're going to meet every Friday, 2 p.m. Can you do it or can you not? Out of those 30, 5 people would say, yeah, I could do that. And then out of those 5, 1 might show up every week. Everyone would have a problem here or there, and the full group would never meet up. It literally wouldn't happen. I promise you. It wouldn't happen. That's why I was so happy when we were doing with Girls FC, we were playing every Sunday night, we were doing Monster Hunter. I loved that because they actually would show up. They were my friends, and they showed up to things. Wow. What a fucking anomaly. Now we just play off stream. But like for wilds, but dude, what a thing. What a thing. That was something that you just will not see. When I was first streaming, my first year of streaming, me and May played a game together every Wednesday. We streamed together every Wednesday for almost a year. I want to say it was at least 8 months. Wow. But that was also just 2 people, so that wasn't so bad. But that yeah, it's rough out here. It is. It is rough. And however bad you think the scheduling is, however rough you think it is, I guarantee you it's like 10 times worse than what you can imagine. Getting people together. It's crazy. It's crazy, dude. Yeah, I fell down the stairs, can't make it today. Oh, dude, sometimes people say stuff, and I'm like, just say you don't want to do it today. It's okay. People will be like, they'll make up a crazy story. They'll spend their whole day corroborating the story, and I'm like, you could have just said, I'm sorry, I'm not feeling it. And I would have been like, you know what? Fuck it. What can you do? It's honestly really funny. Oh, it's so funny. Yeah, doing tabletop RPGs online just isn't the same. I had a really long in-person D&D campaign that really only ended because COVID happened, and we tried to move it online, and we were like, yeah, it's not gonna work, so we just wrapped it up. But it was years, man. It was years. Lucky? Hey! Down. Hey. Hold on, I'm gonna mute. Sometimes I have to yell and clap very loudly. I have to clap. And it isn't until I clap, he goes like, ah, big sound. And then he jumps down. There we go. So brought up West Marshes, and I think that's the only way a consistent D&D stream would happen. Yeah, it's hard on the DM. I think maybe if I paid someone to do it, I'd feel okay doing that to them. Because I'd be like, hey, here's money for your suffering, you know? But I think if it weren't like a separate paid thing, I don't know. I don't know if I could do it to somebody. It's a lot. It's a lot. My mom caught her clothes on fire and the fire spread to the dog fence to let him escape, and then I was like, yeah, no, people come up with entire stories, and then they do things to make it look like that actually happened. And I'm like, just, you could just say, sorry guys, something came up, I cannot make it. The less explanation, the better for me. I don't know. Trying to run West March is a nightmare. Yeah, then again, there are people who will genuinely, like, take money to run things like that, so maybe. I can always ask people from, remember Do Not Peek, the company that we did the D&D stuff with last time? I think I could always talk to them and be like, hey, I want to do this thing, I want to broadcast it, what do you think about this, that, the other thing? And they'll help me, you know, kind of get something together with no worries. So I don't have people like a tap. It's more so getting the folks together at the right time, to be honest. Joe Manganiello, Terry Crews, Stephen Colbert, Vin Diesel, and GEEGA play D&D, yeah? What the fuck is that lineup? Okay, that's like Nightmare Blunt rotation. Instead, it's what's your Nightmare D&D crew? Go, everyone. What's your Nightmare Streamer D&D crew? Go. Oh, they're all active D&D players. Interesting. Vin Diesel? 5 gigas. No, you can't double up anyone. He's on Critical Role? Oh, interesting. I don't watch Critical Role. Justin Timberlake, Seinfeld, Britney Spears. Uh-huh. Let me think. Nightmare D&D campaign. I think I would just pick people that, like, can't function. So Zen, Froggy, Philly, and Chibi, Kuro. Oh, Nag, Zen, Ari, Froggy. The DM is Joel. I think Joel as the DM would be fucked. He would quit. Yeah, he would quit. He would just say no to begin with. He'd be like, I'm not fucking doing it. Oh my god. X gotta be in there, bro. Will never show up. Dude, I've met X. Can I just say? I get it. When you're sitting there acting out with him in real time, I'm like, I understand. Dude's funny as fuck sometimes. But man, he doesn't stop talking. You're so right. Holy shit, he's just on the mic constantly. A campaign with him in it would just never end. You wouldn't get out of the starting building. Ultimate yap machine. Holy shit. Holy shit. Lily Peach was trying to DM. Is she really? I didn't know that. Is she trying to, like, start a thingy? We just played Repo with her yesterday. I've, like, known Lily for a while. She's followed me on Twitter for a while, too. Like, we've had a line of communication, but we just have, like, never done anything. I think we did, like, 2 collabs where we both happened to be in them, but we never did anything. Honestly. Heavenly Father, Jesse Cox, you, Lime, Harka, Zen for a little chaos. I think Zen is, like, not meant for a standard D&D campaign. But when it's the kind of the stuff that we did for Do Not Peek, then it'll be good. She even did Gills and Geckos. Like, she enjoyed it. I think, but, like, one where we have slower combat, I think she would hate it. Genuinely. I think she would hate that so fucking much. You, Garrick X, Saikuno of Porcelain Made, Henry Cavill, Iron Mouse, and throw in Novas. We want to throw in Nova. Of all of my small streamer friends to throw in, you throw in fucking Nova. He would... my favorite e-boy. No, he would sit around, he'd get, yeah, Yapple, as we call him. For anyone who doesn't know him, he plays this character named Apple in GTA, and we call him Yapple because the dude just be talking but saying nothing. He just sits there and we'll be like driving around a car and he goes, nah, listen, but like at the end of the day, you know what I mean, just saying, no, I'm saying, like, you really gotta, like, if you really think about it, know what I mean, and he just, like, he'll say so many words. Listen. At the end of the day, gotta hit him right on the side, you know what I'm saying, gotta really, dude just like, I don't know what the fuck he's saying sometimes. Oh. But he doesn't sound like Boomhauer. He doesn't like ramble like that. He actually paces it out. And he sounds like an e-boy, not like Southern. So be like, no. Look, listen. I'm saying like when you really look at it, when you really think about it, man, like, you know what I'm saying? Like you really think about it. I don't know, like imagine, know what I mean? That's a full sentence he would say. And you'd be like, what's the subject? What the fuck is he saying? He would actually sit there and do that for like 20 minutes. Know what I mean? Dude, Yapple is like, he's the worst. He's in my nightmare D&D campaign. It'd be funny as fuck though. I'd let him in. It'd be funny as fuck. I'm trying to get him playing Repo. I need to get me and him and Mason playing Repo. Who else? Who else, guys? Maybe Saeed. Might be too late for him, depending on the day, but maybe Saeed. Saikuno would definitely do it. McNulty. Oh, Custy would play it. Yeah, TJ. You know what? Fuck, they're only 6-person lobbies. Okay, me, Nova, Mason, TJ, Warlock, Custy. That's the 6. That's the 6. There you go. I want like Z in there, so I don't know. Play Sons of the Forest with Shang. Wait, TJ and Barky played? Oh yeah. Wait, I think I rated him that day too. Yeah, I didn't get to listen into it. Fuck it, let's invite Barky. Chris, thank you for the 5 gifted subs. Thank you. Yeah, the Repo Demon 6. That's what I gotta get together. I gotta add Barky. Do I have Barky? Where the fuck is he? He's the guy that plays Shang. I'm gonna message TJ right now. I DM'd her, Demon 6 for Repo. Me, you, Barky, Warlock, Mason, Nova. One of my favorite things to do, we talk on stream about like the worst people you could put together for a thing or like the funniest group, and then I just DM someone and I go, Demon 6, it's time. Here's the Demon 4. There we go. Barky just kept hitting the fucking follower guy. Oh, you know, the first time when I played Sons of the Forest, I played with Zen and Haruka. And the first thing we did was immediately murder that guy. I think it was Zen. She, without us even knowing, she just killed that guy. And we were playing for so long. And then people in chat were like, you know, I was like, how do you get this thing? Or like, how do you keep pace with this? And they were like, well, that guy brings it to you. And I was like, what? What guy? And they were like, oh, the guy, I think you killed him. And I'm like, what? Like, I thought he was on the ground hurt and you had to put him out of his misery. So Zen was like, don't worry, I got him. And she just like axe murdered him first thing. I didn't realize he would get up and then just like, I think that character is like, he's like non-verbal. Like something happens, he ends up being non-verbal because he like has an injury or something. And then like, he still can help you and comprehend shit. But we were just like, yeah, he's fully mute. So we saw him like writhing on the ground. We were like, oh man, he's dying. And we killed him. Fucking Kevin. We killed him instantly. he's deaf and mute. Is that what it is? I don't remember. But we just fucking axe murder him, and then we're like, well, into the forest we go, haha. And then I see other people playing it, and I'm like, wait, they have a guy. Oh, he's just mute. Okay. Yeah, we did get the girl with the gun, Virginia. We kept calling her Virgina. We handed her a gun instantly. Instantly. Oh, it was so funny. It was so fucking funny. Hold on. I'm answering a DM. Hold on. Manager DM real quick to handle a side thing. There we go. Ta-da! Ta-da! There we go. Dark Heresy. Yeah, you can do a lot of campaigns in a lot of different universes and things if you want to do like a tabletop RPG with friends. There's a lot that you can do that's centered around a lot of stuff like that. And there are a lot of things that they go, okay, this is straight up, this is Pathfinder, or straight up, this is D&D, but here's the campaign, and people kind of make pre-baked ones that you can just DM through a little more easily. So I could find some really interesting things like that, get someone to just DM that and do a one-shot. So it's not a lot of work on them to completely make up a new thing for us, right? We could just go ahead and find, you know, a campaign someone made and play through it. Sometimes they are their own things with their own systems, you know, and that's its own thing to learn. But if everyone just kind of like learned how to play base one version of D&D, and then we just found a bunch of campaigns that people made within that, honestly, it's pretty good. It's pretty good. What's your opinion on homebrewing stuff when it comes to tabletop RPGs? Oh, I mean, I always did that with friends. We always homebrewed so much shit. Changed systems, added simple things like adding a class, adding a skill that works a certain way so that it fits into like the role play of what someone wants their character to be able to do. One of my brothers played a character that was just like a golden monkey man, and it wasn't a race that you could play normally in D&D, but we took this race of like ape simian like people, kind of looking like a Wukong-esque kind of thing, and he was golden, and he was also undead. And he created his backstory, and then we made this entire character sheet and made it make sense for him. And he had all these skills and things and all these passives, whatever, that just didn't normally exist, but we gave him a lot of stuff that he could do through it, and, you know, just fully homebrewed that, and that worked out really well. Everyone agreed it was fine. And if he did something that was a little too powerful, like it was a little too broken, we would just scale it back and be like, all right, from here on out, we got to make this change, you know, whatever. And if you're playing with friends, honestly, I think that's fine. You can homebrew a lot more stuff and change systems entirely, and I think as long as everyone at the table agrees. There you go. I was with you in the first half, but also undead. He was a dread pirate. It was a whole thing. He was a sailor, fell into the depths and died, and then was basically found like some sort of sentient sea monsters, slightly semi-god-like thing down there, some sort of entity, very like eldritch god kind of thing. And it struck a deal with him that he could go back up to service and live, but he had to like be transformed into this. They had to live like this monkey man thingy, and then there were some other things that he also had to agree to, and he had debts that he owed this thing. He had to keep doing stuff for it, and that was like part of his gameplay. His character sheet was that he like the DM could play around with that and like have him owe it shit, like Pike but furry. Yeah, a bit. Yeah, this was before Pike, but yeah. And he was not the strongest character, no, but it was like, it was funny. Yeah, like Warlocks now, kind of. Yeah, he kind of mixed some of that kind of thing in. But instead of him being a Warlock by class, he was something else. That was just more like why he did certain things that he did. Lucky, get down. I'm gonna feed you in a second. I'm gonna feed him in a minute. But yeah, it was very interesting. It was very interesting how we ended up writing him out. Dread Pirate's a deep cut. I miss prestige classes. Yeah, me too. I really do. And I think you can homebrew stuff like that, right? Like adding in proper prestige classes that people can get up to keep a campaign going. And that was how we were able to keep this one really long-term running campaign going, was that we added stuff like that in. We added prestiging, we added like new ways to multi-class and what that meant for you. And that was how we were able to really get it going. That's how we were able to get it going. I have a cat sniffing my leg. Oh, it's Wolfie. Hello. Hello. Not nearly smart enough to homebrew a player class. Anyone can do it if you spend time on it. Anyone can. It ain't that hard. Alright, let me move in a couple things. Okay, there we go. I have to feed my cats. I have to feed my cats, then maybe we'll game after that. Maybe we'll game. So I'm gonna go here. Ooh. Don't forget about the merch. Ooh. Wow. Chat, scream advertisements about the merchandise to each other while I go feed my cats, okay? Alright. Let's join the book club. You better. Poop club. Now we're talking. Now we are talking. What are you doing to make sure you're regular? You know, I put extra pumpkin filler, like I want to say powdered, like a granulated, dried, shredded pumpkin kind of thing in my cat's food to keep them from having poop issues, because Lucky had one bad health issue, like a health scare a while back, where he couldn't poop. To put it really simply. He just didn't for a bit. And like the moment you notice that could be really bad, because in cats, if they don't poop, it could be bad. But if they don't pee, that's like an oh man, like fatal within a day kind of thing. So I checked out and I was like, okay, I think like it's just he just can't pass anything, you know, like he's just not. So we checked. We had to take him to the emergency vet. I grabbed some family members and I was like, watch my other cat. I have to take my son to the vet. I brought one of my brothers with me and one of them stayed at home. And I bring him to the emergency vet super late at night. And the vet is like, she has him on the table. And I hate going to an emergency vet because there's so many emergency cases coming through. It's very loud. They're on a table out in an exam room with all the other tables that the cats and dogs that are bringing in are on, you know. It's really like, it feels like field surgery, you know. So they have him on the table and he's just like, oh, because there are like dogs right nearby and everything. And she's feeling him. She puts her hand underneath and I see her like, you know, pressing to feel his intestines. She goes, that's poop. She moves a little over. That's poop. She's just like, yep, that's a lot of poop. And I was like, yeah, I think he's constipated. And we ended up having to like, he didn't need any surgery, but I had him, they had to give him an enema. They had to do a whole thing. And I felt so bad for him. And we had like whatever did come out was very like Like, it almost looked like it went sideways, you know what I mean? Like, it was just bad. And I was like, oh. So, for whatever reason, he just wasn't having enough water getting into everything, or fiber, or whatever. Maybe he's just a little, he's not old. He's like, not even 10. He's close. But, like, he just, you know, my poopy boy. He just couldn't. And he, like, never had issues with that before. He just had, like, a big constipation issue. And they were like, yeah, you can give him, like a normal kid's dose of Miralax in his food and just like keep hydrating. And I do add extra water to his food. So for whatever reason, he was having an issue. So I was like, fuck it. I'm putting powdered pumpkin into everything he eats. And now he gets that as well. So that he has a good amount of water. He always does. I literally give them all wet food, and which is like a huge water source, and I add extra water to it. I literally heat some water, because the spot that their food is stored in, the canned food, is kind of a little cold. So when I like take the food out of the can, it's like quite cold, you know. So I just normally was already doing it. I was just heating water to mix a little bit with it to just bring the temp up slightly, so it's just not like cold, you know. So I do that plus some pumpkin now too. Man, it was crazy. It's crazy. He was pooping sideways. I don't know. He's fine now. He hasn't had an issue since, but now I keep like extra eyes on it, and I really like pay attention to see if anything's happening. I don't know. I don't know. We'll see. We'll see. We'll see. Multi-tracked drifting. Your cat going outside? Absolutely the fuck not. Cats should never be outdoor or indoor outdoor if you can avoid it. Never. Never ever. That's how your cat gets issues. That's how cats have lower lifespans on average. It's just bad. They get sick, etc., etc. And they're terrible for the populations of other things around. They're terrible for the environment, genuinely. So, yeah. I have indoor boys, and they're, I keep them really healthy. They just, you know, issues happen. So, you just hate the outside. Well, I mean, I've always lived in environments where if I let my cat outside, I don't have a yard. I don't have a lawn to let them out on. I would have to put a harness on and walk them outside where other people walk their dogs. It's just not worth it. I don't have like a plot of land or something that I could let them out on. And I don't have like a standalone structure. I'm attached to other structures and stuff. Like, I just could not. There would be no point. There would be no point. But even if I did, even if I lived in the middle of nowhere and had like a big house and I had a huge yard or whatever, I would still not do it. It's still not healthy for them. Catio? I don't have anywhere where I could build a catio. I share some walls with some other people, so obviously that's not an option. Can't build into someone else's home. And then any outer walls I have, I can't build out of, because I'm immediately like on sidewalk or on public area. So there's literally nowhere where I could build a catio. I was thinking about it because I do have like this one little spot where a door does lead outside, and I could maybe build one, but it'd be tiny. So I think the right way is to just build essentially an indoor one, and then have a screened window and just open the window for them. You know? Not an indoor one as in it's like catio closed off, but just have an area where I put a lot of cat furniture and just leave that one window open. Maybe close the door to that room sometimes and do a cat door at the bottom. So like, if it's a little colder, a little warmer outside, only that room is affected by the temperature and everything else inside is fine. I don't know. I will think about it. But I don't have any outdoor space, so I can't do like a big one. Build into your neighbor's home. Yeah, I take a sledgehammer and I start knocking the wall down and I go, it's an open layout. We'll just share. We'll just share. It's actually, it's really nice though, because I don't hear a thing. The soundproofing genuinely is really good. Really good. I don't hear a thing. Occasionally, if someone drops something really loud, like yes, there will be a thud. Or if my window is open and their window is open, right? And someone says something, we're absolutely going to hear each other from proximity. But other than that, I mean, no. You know, if everything's sealed off, I don't hear anything and they don't hear anything. So I'm pretty chill with that. I'm pretty alright with that. It's nice. Last place I was in, you could hear everything through certain walls and not others, so I made sure that my computer was farthest from there, so, you know. But I have really nice neighbors. They're really great, so. They're chill people. They're chill people. I was a little nervous because I was like, oh man, if I stream like late at night and I'm a little loud one day, like, am I gonna bother them? But I, when I moved in, I was talking to a neighbor and I was like, hey, I want to put an office in this one room. However, it shares a wall with you. And I want to know if I'm awake late at night and I'm having fun and I'm like doing something and I'm yelling, can you hear me? And they were like, let's do a yell test. And we got on the phone with each other. And I went into this room and they went into their room that shares the wall. And they were like, I'm going to yell something at you. Okay? And I'm like, all right. So I could hear the phone saying it. I could not hear them. They were in that room going, ah! And I was in my room going, ah! And like, we were laughing because we could just hear each other on the phone, but not, you know, like not really through the wall. Like if I put my ear to the wall, I could barely hear a muffled thing. But it was like, it was really good. It's adorable for neighbors to do. I have good neighbors. I like them. I like them a lot. So yeah, I was just like, oh, okay, well, guess that ain't an issue, so I'm fine having my office in here. But it was funny as fuck. We were testing it because like I was like, hey, this wall shares a wall with your bedroom. Like I basically said like, hey, this wall right here in the structures where I want to put my office, if I make noise there late at night, is that going to bother you? And they were like, ooh, that's our bedroom, let's test it. So we tested it. They heard nothing. So if I'm here late at night and I'm just like, ah, in my microphone, they legit cannot, like, it doesn't bother them. So thank fucking God. Thank fucking God. That was a huge part of me choosing this place, was the sound. You can hear every little thing neighbors do. Yeah, I've experienced that a lot. This one's solid. It's an older building, but some years ago they kind of redid the interior structure to change where things start and end and stuff like that. So they did redo some of that stuff. So now I think when they did that, you know, the interior, they really went hard on the soundproofing. So it's pretty good. I know what the soundproofing is. You do extra layers of the wall, so like sheetrock and stuff. You do an extra layer. There's some construction that they redid that isn't wood. It's actually like some steel and poured concrete for some things. It's not full concrete construction, but some of the stuff that they redid is that, just to make sure that you know, anything that's higher up is well supported, because it is a little tall. It's pretty good. It's pretty good. Yeah, a bunker. Yeah, I built one of those bunkers in Kansas. No, it's solid. It's well made. It's well made at this point. So, I'm chilling with it. How about the thinnest drywall possible and plywood? Well, I believe it was costs mostly incurred by the people that lived in the building, and they wanted to do it. And it was basically, if your chunk of it and someone else's chunk of it share a wall, you decide together if you want to do this work down the middle of your two units, and then you guys each get half the bill. And basically the owner was just like, hey, I'm gonna do this. Do you guys want that? You know, and whoever was living there at the time was like, yes. So thank God for me. Your friend had a streamer girlfriend. He insulated and double drywalled her office and put gaskets around the door, and she could pop off while he slept off next door. Yeah, honestly, the gaskets around the door are the best. Gaskets around the door, and then your windows being well soundproofed is a huge thing. But yeah, you can add an extra layer of drywall to your own walls on your own side. And yes, it eats into, by like 1.5 inches or whatever, it eats into your space technically, but that is one of the best. Yeah, you double drywall, and then there's a lot that you can do to place things around the room to deaden the sound. so it doesn't reverberate around. It doesn't really get through the wall very much. How thick is the extra layer? It's just one normal standard. I believe standard drywall is what, an inch or an inch and a half thick? It's whatever the standard is, doubled up. So, but yeah, you can do that on your own side. It's just a little awkward, like when you have a door with a door frame or you have a window and then you're like double drywalling it. It looks weird. 5/8, is it really? Okay. Well, another one of those. Another one of them. But yeah, I have, thankfully it's double drywalled, like, on the inside, you know, so I don't really see it. About 3 inches of professional soundproofing, like in recording studios. Honestly, that's the dream. That's the dream. One of the things they did was this wall between me and the neighbor, they put closets on this side. There weren't closets on this side before. The closets were apparently in another portion of this room. But what they did was they took the walls between us and they added a closet. So I have to open my closet door and scream in my closet. And they have to be in their closet as well, screaming for us to hear each other. So they soundproofed the wall between the two, but then also that closet is a little room that also dampens a lot of sound. And if you have like clothes and stuff in it and like that, like it sound's not getting through. And that door is a little bit well treated. So, you know, neighborly bonding, yeah, screaming at our walls. Yep. Funny as fuck, man. But yeah, so that helps. That helps a lot. And there's no one else in here but my cats, and I don't really care if they hear me yelling through the door, so we're chilling. I think when I have guests over, it might be annoying. And I did want to take one of these rooms. So I have the guest room, and I have this other room that I was thinking of making a cat room. I'm actually turning it into straight up a normal bedroom as well. And then I have a friend who's gonna like occasionally live here and occasionally not. I mentioned this a while back, but they're gonna like part-time stay here. Because for work they have to go between here in the West Coast, and they really didn't want to like rent another place and then use it, you know, not even half the time. So I was like, how about this? You pay me rent for exactly the time you're gonna be here. And then anytime you're not here, it is simply my unusable room anyway, because I didn't have a use for it anyway, you know? So yeah, they're gonna do that. It'll be nice. Mata's a part-time wife now, yeah. Well, then I have the normal guest bedroom. That is Mata's room, yeah, as I call it, but yeah. I mean, I've said it before, I have a bunch of like tiny bedrooms in here, and it's like a nice count of rooms, but they're not really usable for much. I have the one office and the one bedroom that I need, and then the other stuff is like, I don't know what I would use them for, honestly, so I'll turn them into that. But it'll be nice. Extra cash money on the side too. Shit's expensive, man. Yeah, I mean, when they were like, I need a place, I was like, you got cash? You got money? Cause I got a little room here. You got something? So I was trying to get one of my brothers to live with me, but that would require him not working where he works and changing to a job that is like here, and he's not fucking doing that. I tried. I was like, come on, man, don't you want to pay rent to me? I got a bedroom for you. And he was like, no. And now. So I said, fuck it. All right. Okay. Whatever, man. Make him a VTuber. Kuro needs a brother. I think, okay, this particular brother, it's Glorbulon. It's my brother Glorbulon. I think he would make a great streamer. But I cannot trust him to be live with me on a call and not list out my address and his address and our parents' address and, you know, our aunts and uncles' addresses and say everyone's information and social security straight on the fucking mic. He'll do it. He'll do it. He won't think, and he'll say some shit, and I'll be like, come on, man. Come on, Glorb. Come on. We didn't need that. And he'll be like, oh, my bad. This whole not saying shit in front of you is too much. And it'll come out naturally. It would be him, like, telling a story from, like, you know, oh, remember when we used to do this thing? We used to go to that restaurant. It was called this, you know. He would just, like, do it in the middle of a fucking story or something, but he's a yapper, so, you know. Rent it out to Mata until she marries your cousin. Oh, yeah, I need her to marry my hot, rich cousin. Oh, man. Yeah. That's how I'm gonna get her into the family. That's my long con. I have a cousin who has women throwing themselves at him all the time. He's conventionally attractive, and he has a really good job, and he's nice. The problem is he doesn't really play video games. It's a bit more normal, a bit normal. So when I want to, like, throw a friend at him, I'm like, they don't have hobbies in common. They don't really. But, you know, that doesn't mean anything. That doesn't mean it can't work. It just means they're less likely to meet each other. You know what I'm saying? How is his cousin still single? His job is... He's locked in a dungeon all day. He does meet a lot of people, but when he meets people, he is working, okay? And he has a very important job, and he is running past people, physically running past people to get shit done. And it is simply, you know, not an environment where he meets people. And he works very hard, and then as soon as he finishes work, he's like, oh no, I have to sleep. He does really long shifts. Some days, and other days he has no work. So he'll do his really long shifts and get super tired and go to bed. And then for the other days he's not really working, he's just laying there, like, recharging. So he could handle being with somebody, but he's not in an environment where he's likely to go and meet someone. And he doesn't, like, go out to a bar. He doesn't do that. So, you know. Sounds like a consultant? Not a consultant. Worse. But yeah, he's just not in environments where he can really meet people too easily, and it's rough. It's rough. So a lawyer? No. But yeah, so I keep hoping he'll find someone nice, he'll find someone good, but he's just so fucking busy. And then when he's not busy, he's just laying there doing anything he can to not make himself busy. He's just laying there and like, wow, it'd be nice to have someone at home. And that's when he calls me. What are you doing? Because he knows, like, I'll just go over there. He could come over here and just chill and do nothing. Just sit on the couch and be like, oh, and just, you know. Big bro, little bro, my older cousin. He's just chilling. My older cousin. Sounds like EMT? Yeah, it's similar. It's that kind of workplace where, like, you're running around in emergencies and shit. So you do play Balatro. He watches TV. He enjoys working out. So he will just go to the gym, headset on his head, and just lift weights and run and do anything he can that, like, feels like he's doing something, but his brain doesn't have to work, and he'll just chill. So he's not meeting anyone that way. If someone comes up to him in a gym and is like, what's your name? He'll be like, I'm running right now, you know? Like, because I asked him that. I was like, don't you meet people at the gym maybe? I don't know. Like, you haven't met a single woman? And he's like, I can't talk to anyone. I can't do it. I'm burning energy off. I'm like, okay. Okay, I get it. Yeah, he hisses and, you know, deploys his, like, spiky neck frills at them. Turns into a frilled lizard. He just can't do it. He cannot do it. So. Sigma male grind. We'll find him someone someday. We will. It was so funny. Last time I visited that chunk of the family, I was laughing because he's one of the older cousins, okay? He's a little older than me. And then we have one of our younger cousins within our generation. He's sitting there at the table, and he announces that he just got engaged to his girlfriend, who we've invited to everything. She's basically part of the family. You know, we always drag her into everything. We're like, oh my God, yay! We're just kind of waiting to know, like, when it would happen. But he, you know, my younger cousin, he says he's getting engaged, and we're like, oh my God, yay! And he looks over. The thing is, so my older cousin, who has no woman, is someone who works really hard, you know, makes a lot of money. He's like, his life is like, you know, he's doing all the right things. He just like has no time to find somebody. And then this younger cousin is someone who's just like failed up the stairs the whole time. You ever see someone fall up the stairs through their whole life? Like he just does dumb shit. He missteps constantly. Yet somehow he's coming out of it like benefiting all the time. And we're like, how's this happening? He's very self-aware. But it's just funny. He looks over at this like, you know, arguably more successful cousin who's just like done everything right. And he just looks over him and he's like, you next, huh? We were just laughing because we were looking at him and he's just sitting there with his like new fiance. He's like, yay. And he's like, he's just done everything wrong yet still somewhere, like he's somewhere good, you know? And my successful cousin is sitting there. He's like, yup, like dark circles under his eyes, you know? Oh, I was laughing. It was funny as fuck. Oh, an episode of incompetence. So the thing is, he's still like competent. He just like, I don't know how to describe it. It's his demeanor more than his actual ability. It's his demeanor. And he just like he'll do 80% of things right and then 20% wrong. And that 20% happens to be a really big deal, like really bad stuff sometimes. But yeah, he's just lucky. He's just gotten so lucky. Whereas my other cousin, like, he's doing well despite all the stuff that's worked against him, you know? And it's just... Yeah, boy failure in the front, CEO in the back. That's him. But it's, oh man, it's just so funny looking at them interact. TLDR, I want my cousin to find a wife, man. He deserves it. And anyone he has been with that I've been aware of, they've been like crazy and I don't like them. And then he realizes they're crazy. He's like, never mind. And he just like, he'll start dating someone. And it's very shallow. Like you wouldn't know that they're crazy yet. He'll find someone and bring them around and be like, what do you think of them? Just start dating them. And we'll be like, she's crazy. And then like a week later, he's like, yeah, she was crazy. Got rid of her. And we're like, okay, well, on to the next one, I guess, you know? Feel bad for him. The eyeliner test, yeah. Yeah, the eyebrows, that one eyeliner style. I mean, they're not always indicative of crazy people, but in my experience, it's been like 100% of the time, certain things. I don't know. It's rough out there now. I don't know. I mean, for those of you that do have a partner, how did you find them? Genuinely. In this day and age, if it was within like the past 5 years, how/where did you find them? I'm not sure where people do this nowadays, considering how, I think dating apps are like the number one for most people. Dating apps are the number one thing nowadays. But what about outside of that? I'm curious. Let me see. At LARP events. Oh, yeah. Me when I yell magic missile and I hit a dude and then he turns around and I go, oh. Someone draw a comic of that. Magic missile. Oh. Make it like the meme where the two people touch hands as they're grabbing a product, but it's me magic missiling somebody. LARP events. Fireball as I throw a red ball at you. Hinge, yeah. College. Lived on the same floor in college. Okay, there are a lot of people saying college. Dating app. Discord. I looked in the mirror easy. Damn. Random PM in a public server of an MMO I used to play. Hell yeah. Met yours 8 years ago at an amiibo card trading event. That's so... Oh, yeah. That's so specific. Oh, yeah. Met your ex on RuneScape roleplay. Met your ex in 14, but found out last month he was cheating. Give me his username. Just between us, tell me his username. Just let me know on the side, you know? All your friends are married with kids, gave up on dating apps, accepted you might be single, but it ended up finding your current girlfriend at work. Yeah, I think work and hobbies, right? Yeah. Met your ex on a BBS. Oh, yeah, in the 90s, dude. In the 90s. Your last ex was the girl who grew up across the street from you and would babysit your little sister. Damn. Homegrown, man. Homegrown. Surprised nobody said Gaia Online. I think this community is slightly older than that on average. What's a BBS? Oh, you with 98 in your name. Oh, you. It was like 8 years ago. You were using a BBS 8 years ago? What are you doing? Why? I mean, wait. Okay. Okay. All right. All right. Met your friend during D&D campaign that fell apart, but then you stuck together ever since. Ah, okay, okay. All right. You were on the Adult Swim message boards. Oh, okay. Yeah, the Adult Swim site is still like, it looks ancient on purpose. For the vibes. I think, that's what I've noticed. Everyone's either meeting someone on a dating app or somehow at work or through a common hobby. It's one of those three for like 99% of people that I know that have gotten in a relationship in the past couple years. So I think it's like, you know, plenty of people meeting online, right? If your friends are gamers. Genuinely, I know plenty of people that are dating after meeting in an MMO or just online in general through gaming. A lot of that kind of stuff. Currently married to a person you met from work. Neither of you work there anymore. Yeah, it makes sense, honestly. It makes sense. Vex and Zolon. Yeah. There are some VTuber couples that have spawned like that, right? Everyone always mentions like Nyan and Aethel, right? Like Nyan's hanging out. Mouse makes friends with Aethel because he's some music dude that she meets who's funny. And she starts inviting him to collabs, and then it ends up with them two being, you know, hashtag together forever. Yeah, and Babegate occurs. I love stuff like that. I love it. I love it. Top 10 internet moments. Oh, man. I'm gonna send it to Aethel right now. I'm gonna send him that. Let me find him. Chat rates it highly. Do you agree? We'll see what he says. I need to get his rating. Is it in the top 10? Is it? I don't know, man. It was pretty solid. Babegate was good. I think not that many VTuber couples compared to like just general streamer couples. Because I think with VTubing too, like you have that extra layer of you can't even see this person, like unless you both decide to just dox yourselves to each other, right? So I think that happens a bit less often. But standard creators, they tend to meet up more and like go to events and see people, and then you just naturally meet people through it. So I think a lot of them it's more likely. But Fred and Mike. Yeah, Fred and Mike, the cutest couple. I almost threw up laughing when Mike was saying that the little fucking zesty cow, it just sounds like Fred. He was like, this sounds just like Fred, and I was like, oh, okay, and then he plays the sound. I almost threw up. It's so funny. No. Oh my god. And then I was thinking about it. I don't know if anyone can find a clip of this ever. When I first met Mike, we were playing in Bounce SMP, the Minecraft server, okay? And at some point... Yeah, that's Fred. At some point, I go and I'm visiting the structure they're building. And I'm like, what are you building? And they're building this like beehive themed thing in the sky. And they were like, Mike was like, yeah, we're building a beehive, because I think he was saying that one of the other guys was a bee, and he was like, this is what he sounds like. Ooh, I'm a little fucking bee, Buzz. And he just starts doing this bit where he keeps calling himself a little fucking bee. And I was fucking crying. I was crying. I was like, what do you mean? I don't remember if it was Frederick or if it was someone else. It could have been Rev. I don't know. It was one of them. But Mike was just saying that you sound like a little fucking bee. It's his little Buzz. I was crying, dude. Oh my god. Oh my god. Did you see the clip of Fred watching Mike say this? No. Drop the clip in the Discord. Drop the fucking clip. I need it. You send it. I need it. You send it. He found his Buzz. I want to get them into the Discord, into the Minecraft server. I want to fucking do it. I want to fucking do it, dude. I need it. I want them to build a train together. Ooh, yeah. Getting a new server. At some point, yeah, the plan is to launch a new one. The old one is just so cooked. Like, people can't even load into it sometimes. It has so much shit on it. When I tried to load into the main area, I had to stop trying to build my house because I would load in and the frame rate was like really bad because of all the objects nearby. And I was like, I'm gonna throw up because the frame rate was genuinely, I was getting like motion sickness when I'd be looking around and turning and trying to like, I don't know. It was just kind of dank. It was dank. So I couldn't really do anything else on it. Yeah. People kept spamming paintings everywhere. They had, outside of the paintings, they had objects everywhere. But then like Kuro's whole area was dank. It was so rough with certain things, and certain mods that were added in that people kept asking for us to add later were just cooking the server, because that mod plus this mod plus this other mod, it was just a lot running at the same time, and it was just starting to like it was starting to get bad. Okay, I might be getting dragged into a collab in a sec. I want to watch the fucking... Mike reacts to Fred reacting to Fred as a cow. It's a 2-minute clip. Okay. So Mike is watching Fred as he reacts to Mike saying that Fred is a cow. Okay. Hold on. Moving over. Grabbing. Capturing. Showing. Sliding myself. Okay. Fucking Mike. Wait, it's Mike talking to me in his chat. Hold on. Wait, he starts with, "Hey, GEEGA." I didn't realize I was a part of this clip. I didn't know. Okay. So the context is this clip here is Mike talking to me. I'm in his chat, and he asks if I've seen Fred be a little gay fucking cow. Okay, now Fred is reacting to it, and then Mike is reacting to it. Now I'm reacting to Mike, reacting to Fred, reacting to Mike. Okay. Sorry, I was jump scared by him saying my name. No, he just says, ow. His chat say moo. Not the no, no. He moved. He did it. He did. We got him, boys. We got him. Moo. Holy fuck. Fucking Fred. He does sound like it. I know. I know. I know. We need to get Fred. I'm gonna message. Okay, sorry. I'm harassing Ellum in the DMs. Elum. Okay, there we go. He said repo now, question marks, and I said this is at 7:33. At 7:34 I said okay, 5 minutes, watching a clip real quick, and then after I said okay, good to go, and he said is full now, lol. I said okay, bye, you traitor. You fucking traitor. You traitor. It's okay, we're gonna message Fred. Frederick Knudsen. Hey, my little gay moo-moo. Heart emoji. Would you like to make a repo lobby sometime? Okay. He said, I'm sorry. During Women's Month? Ellum said, I'm sorry. Not Frederick. Not Frederick. Oh. Oh. All right. Yeah, he's always like this during Women's Month. I mean, it's this Ellum guy is just a problem. He's just a problem, you know, and I just think that's all. I just think Fred apologizing for your little moo-moo would be on brand, though. Honestly, yeah. I'm gonna ping the server. I'm gonna ping this damn server. At talent. I'm gonna ping Vishoja. I've been trying to get Vishoja to play repo. I like not like crazy hard. I said to everyone, hey, we should play this game. And everyone was like, yeah, we should. And you know how things go when people say, yeah, we should. I was like, we should really play repo. We should really play repo. So, I'm gonna attempt a kidnapping and see if anyone bites on this one, and if not, another day. Another day. It never happens. It never does, man. I'm telling you, it's just scheduling. That's it. That's it. There's nothing deep about it. It's just scheduling, dude. So yeah, I'm gonna fish. I'm gonna try and bait them in. If they don't bite, it's okay. It's fine. What game in the near future are you most looking forward to? I don't know. I don't know. I need to look at my list of things that may or may not be releasing. Let me see. Let me see. Store, wish list, sort by release date. There are a lot of things that I wanted, but they just say Q1. They didn't actually give a date, so I don't know that they're going to be real. Or there are a lot of things that just say 2025, you know? I want Duck Detective, the Ghost of Glamping, personally. And allegedly, the game Big Walk is supposed to come out 2025. That's one that I have personally been just really wanting. We need Big Walk. We need Big Walk. It was made by the people that did Untitled Goose Game. Big Walk looks good. I could play Die in the Dungeon. That was released. Let me look through. I don't know. I don't know. There's a lot of stuff. I feel like everything that I've wishlisted just doesn't really have much of a date on it. For Steam. Let me see what's releasing this month. Let's look it up. Whoops. Just find a giant release schedule and see what's upcoming. There's January, February. We're basically getting into March, so we'll just skip that. For me, this month was Kingdom Come Deliverance 2, and this last month, I should say, and Die in the Dungeon and Monster Hunter Wilds. Those were the three I really cared about in February. Kingdom Come Deliverance 2, I've been playing that on my own. Incredible. Incredible. Die in the Dungeon, pretty solid. Need to play it more. Wilds is Wilds. We're crunching through right now. Really good. March. Let me see. I had 3 different people ask me to play Split Fiction, and I'm like, fuck. I don't think this is the kind of game I can play with multiple people, like multiple times. I feel like I've gotta just play that once. So we're gonna just play with one person. Whoever asked me first is who I'm going with. I might take, okay, Assassin's Creed Shadows is coming out March 20th. They wanted to sponsor me. They wanted to sponsor me. Now, I liked the first 2 games. There were some other games where I haven't played because I wasn't sure. But a lot of people said Black Flag was great. And I'm like, you know what? I'll try it. I'll try it. At least the day 1 stream of it should be fun. I'll try it. Yeah, and I'll take the bag. I'll take the bag. I don't care if it's gone downhill or gone uphill or whatever. I'll try it because I liked the IP back in the day. Why not? Why not? I hope it's good. I hope it's good. We'll see. And, you know, I'll give my thoughts on it. Let's see what else is coming out. Yeah, so we're going to do Split Fiction. We're going to do that probably. We'll play Assassin's Creed Shadows. Though I don't know that we're going to play the whole thing, just like we'll stream it once. I might also get sponsored for this game that I was kind of interested in. Atelier Yumiya. Atelier Yumiya. The Alchemist of Memories in the Envisioned Land. This game actually looks really interesting. It looks really good. And they were interested in sponsoring. And I was going through it, I was just like, honestly? This franchise, this IP has been really solid. So their newest one, yeah, that one's releasing, and I'm like, fuck it, I kind of want to try. You also get like a cool motorcycle. I saw the cool motorcycle, and I was like, oh hell yeah, I need that. I don't know. I really, really, really like the character designs. The artists that they have doing all their character designs looks really good. And the villains of the game, they've already shown a few of them and what their designs look like, and they look really fucking cool. So I'm like, you know what? You got good art, you got good designs, you got me. You got me. So I'm probably gonna do that one as well. It just looks solid, man. That's all. It just looks good. There's nothing else really listed in March that I'm crazy excited about. There's some that look pretty good, though. 33 Immortals actually looked interesting. It did. There's some smaller titles in here that I need to try out. I wasn't sure. We'll see. And then April... Let me look. I don't see much in April. I do know that Blueprints, I believe, is going to be April 10th, I think? Let me look at Steam. I'm pretty sure they announced a release date. Actually, let me look at their Twitter. Blueprints is... I want that game. I want that game. I just don't know how many hours I can realistically put into it. I don't know how replayable it'll be. But, let me see. Blueprints. Play our demo until March 10th. Yes, April 10th. April 10th. Oh my god, 46 days. Ooh. Ooh. I'm excited. I'm excited. I think they closed the demo earlier today. I hope people demoed it again. But, that one I'm super fucking excited for. I'm super excited for. I loved the demo so much, so I want that game. Blueprints. Section 33, yeah, I was saying 33 Immortals. It's actually the one that I'm looking at. That looks interesting. Atomfall? Oh, you know, I keep getting that recommended to me on Steam. I keep getting let's see. It's a detective game in a post-apocalyptic England. Wait, what is this game about? It's a detective game. Okay, the post-apocalyptic first-person shooter from the Sniper Elite studio feels more like Paradise Killer than Fallout. Okay. The story is structured around a series of clues that are organically picked up and tracked rather than like pinging objective markers. Its quests are non-linear. You're gently guided to points of interest. From there, you got a quest log and you put the story and the world together. Game takes place 5 years after the Windscale Fire of 1957, a real-world event that did happen in the UK, considered one of the worst nuclear accidents in history. However, Atomfall envisions a world that never properly recovered from the event. Okay. So then from there, violent factions popped up all over England, irradiated monsters from the wilds, and of course there might be a few government conspiracies at play. Yeah, that's typical. Honestly, yeah, so it's not going to play exactly like Fallout, but maybe it's got a little bit of a similar thing. But they say the tone is quite different from something like Fallout. Sarcastic humor of the Wasteland is mostly replaced with a more grounded take on the genre. Creative director wanted to capture the look and feel of British speculative fiction and science fiction from the 1950s and 1960s, like Doctor Who and John Wyndham novels. Okay, I get what they're going for. I get what they're going for. Maybe we could try it. Unlike Stalker, Atomfall has a bigger emphasis on melee combat. Okay, great. I like that better. I like that better. Seems like it's really ambitious. I just don't know if it'll, you know, if it'll deliver. We'll just have to try it, I guess. Fuck it, we could try Atomfall, maybe. Looks interesting. Why not? Why not? I think we mostly have enough for March that we can play. There are always old things that I can break out, but I have a few of these sponsorships and stuff that may turn out to be good. We'll see. Yeah, I just don't know what I'm going to do in April besides play Blueprints. And that's it. Forza Horizon 5 is at the end of April, though, and I've never really been one to play racing games on stream. But there's part of me that's like, fuck it, should I just play the new Forza game? Games like that are fun, man. I don't know, it's fun just driving, you know, whatever. So, we'll see, we'll see. And then the one I'm really waiting for is the new Doom game. That's sometime in May. The new Doom game is coming out in May, and you know, there's that. There's the Dune MMO. I don't know if that's gonna be good. And then there's the Rune Factory game that's coming out on at the end of May as well. So May is gonna be pretty stacked, I think. There's a new Forza game. Forza Horizon 5 is releasing on PS5, and I'm getting a PS5 end of April. So I'm kind of like, maybe I will. Maybe I will finally. Forgot about the Dune MMO. I don't know what that's gonna look like. I'm gonna look up Dune Awakening. Like, I've seen concept art, but what the fuck is the game gonna look like? And what's the game even gonna be about? Fighting sandworms. I am a Fremen. I am not a Fremen. I don't know. I think you're like... Is it a survival game? Okay, is it more of a survival game? It might... Oh, man. I think you're gonna like... I think you're gonna be harvesting spice. And I think the whole thing is you're gonna be setting up like that machinery and trying to extract spice. Go collect 15 sand and bring it back here, Muad'Dib. You're fighting for spice? Oh, do you fight each other for it? Honestly, it's a nice premise. If the gameplay's fun, the gameplay's fun. The visuals could be really cool. The problem is they keep marketing it like, I keep seeing it being spoken about like an MMORPG, and I really just don't like, do I trust that? I keep being under the impression with the way it looks that it's going to be more of a Helldivers like game. I don't know. I don't know. Look. This is what I think is maybe a screenshot from the game or a cinematic. I don't know. It's Dune, okay? That's a sandworm. He has a little three-pronged mouth instead of the round one, but it's a sandworm. So you're gonna have to not die to sandworms, I guess, while you harvest spice. They do show... Let me open the Steam page for it. They do actually show something that looks like it's from the gameplay. Let me find it. I do think you get to go in cool vehicles. You get to do hand-to-hand combat. You get to shoot people. Like, it's what you see in the movie? Question mark? But then look at this. This is like an actual gameplay screenshot. This is you building one of the things, like setting down a thing that you're gonna then use to harvest spice. So I think you have to like fight to get to an area, throw a thing down, start harvesting, and then there's this other one. If I can base build with my friends and have a cool sand base, I'll honestly be pretty happy. Look. I think this is inside a player-made like structure that they erected, or maybe it's in like a base somewhere else, but the base building looks kind of neat. I don't think it's super in-depth with like design. I think it's just, you know, you set down what you need and focus on going out on missions, but honestly that might be better. And the reason why I feel like it might feel a little like a Helldivers like is just the way it looks. Look at that. Look at that. I think you make your vehicles, you harvest spice, you get money, you make your things with your friends, and then you buy more weaponry and more vehicles and go kill more people to harvest more spice. And maybe it's like a little planet sidey where you can like retain control of areas. I don't know. I don't know what their intent is with it, but that's how I would imagine it could go. It could go kind of hard. So I will try it. I will try it. Yeah, social sandbox game, maybe. Thing is, I've seen it marketed multiple ways, so I just don't know anymore. I just don't know. I don't know what it's supposed to be, man, but that's May 20th. It is currently marked as open world survival craft, third person, adventure game. And there is a character creator and benchmark that you can download. It's marked as MMO, online PvP, online co-op. If it were like Rust, I think that could be pretty solid. Pretty solid. Rip PlanetSide, never forget. I really liked PlanetSide too. I really did. Me and my brothers would get on and all try to get in the same unit and then play it. And we there were several of us, there were many of us, so we would jump in and we would go crazy with it. I liked it. Some YouTubers got to play it. Oh, okay. I haven't been searching for it, so I'm not aware how much content, you know, is actually out, but Conan Exiles. Oh shit. Is it really? Okay. I mean, that gives me a much better idea of what to expect. Yeah, let me see. Let's see if we like how it looks. Dune Awakening. Exclusive look at Dune Awakening gameplay. Welcome to my YouTube channel. Like and subscribe. Alright, I mean, fuck it. Let's look at it. See if we like it. Maybe I do, maybe I don't. Oh, it's loud. Is it the biggest? Okay, blah, blah, blah. Oh my god, I'm in the sand! It's like Dune. It looks refreshingly slightly low poly. Oh, please stop commentating. Shut that up. It looks very, like they didn't try to overdo it with some of the graphics so that it could actually run, which is very refreshing because we don't need it to be like that. Okay, he's talking to himself. Oh, I woke up and my head hurts. Okay. Let's see the gameplay. Picks up scrap metal, makes a knife out of it. Okay, there's our crafting. Oh, yeah, now you can kill people. You're dehydrated. Oh, God. Oh, God. Water mechanic. Water mechanic. That said fabric, sir. Micro sandwich fabric. Cool. Okay, so you make stuff, you get out of the area you're in, and then you emerge. What happens? You cutscene yourself out as you cut through the disgusting skin flaps. Nice. Oh, okay. The premise is going to be that you crashed. I must now become one with the desert. Oh, and they're playing the OST. I am Batman. Okay. So then you become friends with Batman. You do some dialogue. And you grab stuff from the rack. It feels like, okay, with people on it, it feels like the start of Subnautica, right? They drop you here and they're like, you gotta survive and your ship crashed. Ooh, combat. Oh, yeah. Okay. Most replayed, why? What the hell is this? What? This game might actually like kind of fuck. Looks exactly like Conan. Yeah, yeah. They're going into the storm. Okay, this scene was in the movie. No way his cutscene ended like that, and they just put him on the ground. Oh, he's gonna get eaten. You have to do the Fremen walk. You have to sand walk, you fool. You fucking idiot. Ooh. Are they only gonna be cutscenes, or are you gonna get to fight him, though? Dude, I love gaming YouTubers. They're like, that just happened. Crazy. Whoa, that sandworm was so big. I don't know. I feel like if I was like that on stream, people would be like, shut the hell up. Okay, okay. And then you get cool clothes. Okay, so it is pretty standard survival. Honestly, if the base building is cool, if the gameplay loop is satisfying, it could be fine. If it plays like Conan Exiles, I feel like enough people will like it. Yeah. Then he makes a base. Ooh. Oh, yeah, it is proper base building. Okay. That's that shit I like. Okay. They do that thing they talk about in that one Fat Boy Slim song. Yeah, I find that being like a little more corny and a little more stream of consciousness works better on YouTube. He just said get smoked, mother trucker. Yeah. Yeah, that's gaming YouTube. That's gaming YouTube. That's just how it is, man. I mean, the game looks alright. I feel like I would like playing it. I just don't know that I would no-life it. Smoked. This dude loves saying smoked. It's just got a little bit of all the basic stuff. Hey. Fuck it, I'll try it. I'll try it. I just wonder if it's one of those things. Okay. Here's what makes a survival craft game really work for people nowadays. Okay? Specifically streamers. If I have to restart my progress and go through that every time I want to play with a new set of friends, I will not play this game very much. Okay? Straight up. If I have to start a new save every time, it ain't happening. It ain't happening. But if I can have my own world, my own base, work on it, blah, 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 and then carry this character over every time I play with more friends, maybe even pull them into the world I'm in. Okay. All right. Then it's good. Yeah, Pal World moment. Right. Because I would have loved to play that game a bit more, but then the more I played it, I didn't even like it. And then I really had this horrible experience of having to restart Pal World and play through the beginning progression of it over and over and over every time I wanted to play with a new group of people. And I hated it. Genuinely. It just was like, what an experience. What a time. If a game's meant to be restarted like that, then it's great, but it's just tough. I don't like it. It's servers. Yeah, if it's like that, I mean, that would be so much better. Valheim-esque. Because then we can make a community server. Fuck it, right? We can all just have one for the community and play on it. And that could be really fun. But, yeah, it's like, right, it's like wiping a Minecraft server. Yeah. Yeah. I agree. V-Rising does progression really well. That's why we've done multiple V-Rising servers. Honestly, it's really good. It's really, really, really good. It's solid, it's well paced. I like it. I like it. Frederick says I'm in. He's finishing up some work soon, so he's gonna have time to join like a repo lobby. He just says, also don't call me that. I'm sending this to Mike. We gotta play with Mike. Oh man, Fred's got a new video out. Yeah, or coming out. He does. He was telling me about it the other day. He was just telling me about it Saturday. So, yep. I'm excited. When was the last time he posted a video, a Down the Rabbit Hole video? Let me see. Clicks on his Eve video. Opens channel. Oh my god, it was the Eve video. Oh my god. His last video was November 1st, 2023. Oh, he's been spending a lot of time working on this new one. That one did take him like 2 years. Yeah. I loved the Eve video. Like I said, I played a bunch of Eve back in the day, so it was a personal favorite. Everyone keeps making fun of the Owl Boy, but I know he used to be a worm holder at Eve, so he can be mean if he has to be. He just gets it, okay? He's one of the people who just gets it, all right? That's all, plain and simple. He understands, man. He understands. Jesus. Yeah, I'm looking at this. Oh, it's loud. What a fucking experience making a video. And it takes you like well over a year to do it. It's so much effort to script all of that out. Insane, absolutely insane. I would watch another Eve video though if he did it. Another one. Okay. Never played it. Honestly, you're better off not playing. I think Eve was great. I loved playing it. But your day-to-day was so grindy. It took the most mental fortitude to just sit there and like spreadsheet shit out constantly. And really the game was fun because you'd sit there on calls with people or just in chat and you'd be hanging out with people and as you know, working on this together. And that was the fun part for me. But I don't know. It's just one of those things where I feel like that game is just for and not for certain people. There are plenty of folks that just... I think if they wanted to play it, they would try it and they would hate it. They would just hate it, straight up. I don't know. Anyway, let's do a little Monster Hunter. It's time. It's time to hunt. I'm gonna do, let's do a lobby that you guys can also join. I'm doing one of those. I haven't opened it in a hot minute. I like to put games on ice. I play them a lot and then put them on ice for a little bit. So I've given it some rest this week. And then I'm gonna be back on my bullshit. I'll be right back on my bullshit. Okay, let's go here. Let's go here. play this damn game. I miss this game. I've just been trying to not burn myself out on it. Why must everyone tease fat nuts? Because Fred... Because you have to. You have to. Look, I love Fred, okay? I love Fred. But he just makes himself so fucking teasable. And I feel like there's just no world where he doesn't get teased. He's the kind of person that is just, he's leaving himself open to it constantly. And it'll never not happen. You little bro energy. It's true, it's true. Oh, man. He just... Some people are built for it, okay? And also, it's how they act, but it's how they react, I think, more. You can act any which way, and people may or may not tease you. It doesn't really matter. It's more so the way you react to it that gets people to keep doing it, right? And he's just really funny the way he reacts. So you just have to, man. The way I react is not funny. When people tease, it's just straight up not funny. Okay? And because of that, people don't do it. Also, I was waiting for it to happen. We just announced I'm going to WeebCon. I'm going to WeebCon. We're going in April 18th to 20th. So I'm going to do a meet and greet, and we might do other stuff. I'm not going to say anything specific because I'm not 100% sure of all of the details yet. So I don't want to promise anything that we haven't 100% worked out. But we're at the very least, we're doing a meet and greet, so I'll be able to do that. Yeah, maybe iPad robot, maybe walk around depending on who goes. I just have to figure out, you know, what people are going to be around to maybe do that or not. But we have a little announcement thingy. Ready? Ooh. And thanks, it's Novel that invited me. Novel Horizons invited. Because they do births. Yeah, they do live birthing at the cons. No, they have a booth, and they do booths pretty much everywhere. And they just put open invites out to everyone. So I think when we're there, yeah, we're gonna have Mike at the booth, and he's gonna do a live birth. It's gonna be really cool. He is doing his live show. He is, yeah. He's doing That's My Streamer. He's doing a live version. Which is really fucking exciting, honestly. So he's gonna have a good time doing that. So I heard he was going, and I was like, okay, you know what? Let me take this meet and greet invite. So I will be doing that. Official V-Shoujo merch? No, I don't think V-Shoujo is going. I don't know if anyone else is doing this. I have to ask. I want to say maybe one other member was thinking about it. I'm not sure. I don't know. I'm not sure. Do you have a Novel Horizons figure? No. I do not. If I did a figure, I'd probably go with them. I just genuinely... Theirs are fine. But I was like, let me look at my options. I think there are no options, guys, if I'm being honest. You either do a figure with Novel Horizons, or you find another private company that will do one for you, but they tend to not do it commercially. They just make custom, like, one-off figures. And that's it. That's it. There are a couple other companies that you can work with, but they are all highly stylized, right? Like, you have U2s, but... a lot of, actually, U2's does have some range, but a lot of the figures that they make, it has the classic U2's face on it, right? Almost like how Funko Pops look like Funko Pops look. So if you want a figure that's just you, branded after you, looks like you, and has, like, you know, no brands extraneous to anything on it, there aren't many companies that do that. There are more in Japan, but they're so hard to work with. Yeah, it'd be so massive. Good Smile wants to work with you. That's the thing. Good Smile is like, plain and simple, you have to be massive. And you have to be able to guarantee that you can sell a certain number of units. That's it. I have an okay Twitch following, my Twitter following under 100K, my YouTube following under 100K. Like I'm just not a person who's been super marketed like that. And so I don't think I would make sense for them. I have not asked, to be clear. We haven't asked them or anything like, oh, would you want to do a figure with her or whatever? But I think it's like, it's to the point where I know what they usually go for, and I'm like, I won't even ask. You know, like I haven't even thought about it because it's just like, I have an idea of what they like. So for me, yeah, I don't bother. So I think there aren't too many options that would make sense, but I do like Noble's stuff. I like his stuff. So maybe. Maybe. Okay. Game is open. Open. Wait. I have to grab this. Okay, I haven't opened it in 10 years. It's time. Let's just make one, and then I'll drop this in the Discord. But you're GEEGA. Yeah, I mean, I don't think I'm a small creator. It's just that they work with, you know, most of the figures that they make are for, like, huge animation companies, right? And they're like, here's my Naruto figurine. Right? And then when they do work with a VTuber, usually, like, the size is, like, they have to be able to guarantee you're probably going to move a certain amount of merch. And even then, even their best sellers within the VTuber sphere, a lot of them are still, like, they're, like, small compared to the other brands they work with. You know what I mean? Which is kind of crazy. So, you know, I'm not going to be an insane person and be like, oh, you have to work with me. Okay. New event quest available, blah, 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 blah. I have a... Said I had a squad thing, hold on. Somebody trying to join my squad? Who is it? Oh. Oh. Okay, we have that, and then I have... I'm gonna sit myself in. Let me see. Hold on. I was just messaging, letting people know I'm just gonna sit in VC as well, in case any of my people wanted to join. There we go. Ta-da! Ta-da! Okay, and then, oh, I have to hide it. Hold on, let me get the lobby. I'm gonna put the code straight in the Discord. I'm hiding it because I don't want to reveal to chat. You have to be a Discord Andy if you want to join this lobby, alright? You gotta at least click the button to join. Oh, it's... Monhan Wilds lobby.